All right, Steal+Academia, the joke that local just now recognized.
How dare you?
Welcome to Chapter 8.
Fucking dare you?
Immortalized forever.
I hate you.
Welcome to Local's main character episode. That's how we have to start it. So, today, for the little write-up, as the dog is in the background, happily panting around, so he'll probably show up in the recording, we have a couple of excerpts from a little dusty corner of the museum. And the first one is Perch, a fabled sanctuary of Elfir heritage, written by the scholar Professor Alaric Thorne. My own scholarly work on Perch highlights the illustrious lineages of the Knights, firmly establishing them as the stalwart guardians of Elfir heritage within the Tower of Spire. I accentuate their role in preserving sacred relics and architectural marvels, celebrating their unwavering commitment to tradition.
Yeah, sure.
Hate it.
As for seething over there.
No, I'm laughing.
And skipping number 2, on to number 3. And by that, I mean skipping to number 4. Ivory Row, a symphony of elegance and austerity. Dear Professor Alaric Thorne, your desperate attempt to cling to the Knight's fading relevance in Perch is quite pitiful. Your scholarly review shows nothing but an envious attempt to overshadow my district's true beauty. The Knights may have their ancient lineages, but the Ivory Row's allure lies in its fusion of Elfir and Drow artistry. Your obsession with preserving the past blinds you to the vibrant tapestry of creativity that defines Ivory Row. It's time to step aside and let true brilliance show, beyond your outdated notions of traditionalism.
Just everyone's getting some of it today.
Oh.
I totally did not deliberately ask for triggering subject matter today. No sorry.
Well, my response to that is...
And the final one I'll read for today. Number 5, New Heaven, a chorus of innovation. From Professor Eleanor Ravenscroft. Oh, how utterly laughable is Professor Alaric Thorne's pursuit of dusty antiquities in the Perch. His work on that blasted district is nothing but a tedious attempt to glorify the so-called Knights and their stagnant heritage. Meanwhile, my riveting tale on New Heaven in the Spire Chronicles reveals the district's true essence, a place of terrifying innovation and boundless imagination. Thorne's account is nothing more than an overindulgent daydream, overshadowed by the thrilling horrors of New Heaven. While they revel in their dated narratives, I bring forth the chilling truth of the bound and their boundless potential. Dare to enter the world of New Heaven, where innovation takes a terrifying turn, leaving their feeble histories behind in the dust.
Just, yeah, there's plenty of shit up there for the bound to get all up ins.
Sure.
I was truly interested in learning about the Knight's long history in Perch.
And the bounds, exciting new innovations in New Heaven.
Absolutely. Fucking humans, am I right?
Yeah.
Boundless
horrible.
potential bound.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, so as the fun little bit of pre-writing, there's the other ones are also really funny, but that was the trifecta that really made it the whole bit land for me personally.
You wrote it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I can suck my own dick sometimes. It's fine.
Wow, you must be really flexible.
I'll show you. Anyway, Quip, what happened last time? You were the main character in the last episode, weren't you?
much to my surprise,
Yeah, what happened? Inform us.
I got the shit beat out of me. I got fixed again. I started playing fucking King of Fighters. I got bets placed against me.
Wait, did you play King of Fighters, or was King of Fighters played on you?
Yes,
With you.
I had to interpret the commands, so I was playing too. And then my master's head showed up on a pike.
Shit
And
happens.
so I kind of entered a blind rage while while our furry friend here attempted to parlay and bargain with them for perhaps monetary gain. I simply killed.
No, we wanted to best them in both violence and drinking. We wanted to humiliate them, not outright murder them.
Sorry, but they killed the guy I wanted to kill.
Is it really
do that to
murder
a
if the
man.
Elfir told you to do it?
They are the law of the land, for better
Doesn't
and
make
worse.
a difference to me.
Makes a difference to me, and Vatesh Vatil is very disappointed in all of you.
Well, fortunately, we only murdered one of them, and also
happened
did
to
not
the
get
other
murdered by
ones?
the rest.
Well, what I mean is, if you had to kill someone, you killed the wrong one. I needed that sword. He doesn't care that you killed them. Fuck them. They can all die.
We didn't actually kill the one with the. We went after the one with the pike.
That was
The
the
one
problem.
with the sword got into ice trouble.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem. I wanted to rob that guy specifically for his magic sword for your task that you set me, idol.
Well, do you want to explain what the fuck you meant by the sword got iced? The local here?
I mean, assuming it got like stuck in a cube.
Well,
No, the
Other
knight
sword.
got. The knights lost their invitation, so to speak, that allowed them to have their weapons. And then they tried to run away, and the museum is very good at stopping people from getting out. They got frozen into. 3 knights got frozen into ice cubes by Aelfir magic. It was not even a fight.
Radical. Something
And
very
then-
Christ Funko Pop.
But then the magic sword got looted by.
One
I am
Baptiste
not
people.
100% clear on
I don't
what
think
the.
local knows who the other person who got looted by either. I don't know if they were there for that session or not.
We have
Right.
uncovered that there is a communal contact within the within the museum walls. Literally
Yeah.
within the museum walls.
Our good friend Jean Baptiste,
Yes, Jean.
I
Not Jean. Juan Baptiste.
Juan Baptiste. Sorry.
Juan Baptiste.
Yes. And he essentially is the man who is not real, according to paperwork. He both still works here and totally doesn't shut up. And because of this fantastic legal loophole he inhabits, where he both collects a paycheck and is not allowed on site on the museum, he uses the museum as a sort of trading ground / apartment /
Office.
workout space.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Then we all.
He hijacked the pneumatic tube system, which is made everything essentially that travels through the museum go through him in some way, shape, or form.
So he's a powerful information broker, along with being weirdly buff and extremely well connected to all of the shitster little stafflings here.
Like those who, in cleaning up the knights,
What remained of them.
confiscated their weapons and then made them disappear.
Yes.
Also got their Durers out of the way. They had a crowd of Durers that kind of filtered out.
Squires. The
Yeah.
knights came with squires.
That's the one. That's the word for it. That's the word.
with little dweeb ass children.
Actually, the squires are mostly 18, 17. They would be fresh off their durances.
Dweeb ass children.
Yeah,
But
fair.
now
They're
they're
like-
in the museum.
They're like college freshmen.
Ah, so unaccountably horny.
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all? So, where are all of you when you're getting Umber up to speed about the past couple of days?
Well,
Presumably,
I mean,
we're all in the same
during
cell.
which Umbo was conveniently conked out.
Clearly, we're
Probably
all,
brooding in a fucking corner.
we're all stuffed together in fucking Gray's cell. There's no room.
Why are we all? Well, sure.
Buying
someone's
Grays?
because someone's having to deal with the armor stand as well.
Yeah, for some reason, when Gray moved in, we kind of just used it as an impromptu meeting room. It felt cramped enough already, but since he didn't really put any extra furniture in there, there was more room comparatively than the other rooms.
No, well, we used it as a meeting room because you followed me into his room while I was reassembling his knees. Which,
Yes.
do I have that again? Let me see.
Not yet. I mean, I think probably another reason why you're all gathering in Gray's room is because Chase the Human Guard and his band of Goonies are back in the breakfast dining hall. And they look mad.
They did not really get to do the punishment they wanted to do.
Correct. So anyway, set scene go. Umber, you've just been informed of what you've missed in the past couple of days.
Yeah, some dweeb took my body. To be fair, I did really need a knife, though.
Right, but has Umber realized what happened yet?
I mean, I like the thing is they blacked out, right? I assume you probably said like, okay, you were like that idiot for a while, or like
I think
that idiot.
as a part of
borrowed
like
you.
the 2-day coma, you had a lot of really interesting discussions in your dreams.
With who?
With this weird fucking tall, skinny twink that's in your head.
And like, yeah, what the fuck? What the shit? Why is there a twink in my head? I'm not into twinks.
But yes,
Are you a twunk?
Tunk.
disgusting. Anyway, I'm loading the gun. Go RP, you fuckers.
You're loading the gun.
I'm unloading the gun and walking away because that is a safety hazard.
Yeah. So Umber's like sorta. I think basically like between nursing like a headache or a hangover, but also like checking if everything in their body is still intact. Basically, if Domine didn't remove anything that should be there. Also, like they have a fresh cut in their eyebrow because obviously Domine does not know how to observe the rites, and they should do that. So there's like a little trickle of blood bleeding from there. And basically, they are they are sort of in the process of both like asking y'all questions and checking out if everything is still like as it should be. Like, okay, so okay, that is a lot. I'm not gonna sum this up. Fuck y'all.
In character. Fuck
Did-
summarizing.
Did but did we at least get like Endless Forms Most Beautiful off my back?
I think
He
Endless
did.
Forms has been occupied with other things. I don't remember us actually seeing her a whole lot the entire time.
That's true.
Because let me remind you that this entire thing was caused by us needing to find a god.
Oh no, she
we
went
found
off muttering the last we saw her with the token, I think it was. That was when she was make that whole big proclamation about
Ah.
we'll go over to X, Y, and Z and so such.
Yes, that explains quite a lot.
So she's stopped
Like
caring about
that one like pop team epic meme doesn't understand that meme.
We did have some brief conversations with the other team as well. I think. Oh, that's the other thing that we kind of got a request for was trying to get Endless Form's permission to bring the other team up to New Heaven. In part because they've been stuck in the museum the entire time.
That sounds unpleasant.
Yeah. As, kind of like hard as we've been ran, we do have a little bit more freedom than the other team does in that we actually do away missions and get out of the museum from time to time. So
yeah,
we're
to be
also
fair, the average hamster has more freedom than they do.
Yeah. So that's the other thing that we've been that we were implored to do was to bring them along the next time to get them out to do something. They weren't very forthcoming, but they wanted to do something, and get their own handler involved with that as well. I can't remember the name, but their handler was the one who gave Issa a nice big old smooch.
Right, did we actually we didn't actually make that connection. Did we make that connection yet? That's their handler's name?
The one that was right in front of their exhibit?
No, and I'm just like I'm trying to tell if Issa actually got that info.
I don't think Issa at all made the connection, but Don, None Held in Slavery is like the name of the Elfir of the other team. Like, Endless Forms Most Beautiful has talked about it before.
Oh yeah.
So and maybe at that point Issa is like
maybe it's now while we're filling it in, like, oh yeah, I wanted to get Endless what was it, None Held in Slavery? Want to get None Held in Slavery on board with bringing their team up to
and then
to
Issa has a moment of
wait, hold on.
Oh she's their handler.
Oh shit, that one.
Oh.
So that's the deal. That should bring you just about caught up, unless I'm missing something.
Issa has her parasol still. That everyone now knows has a knife in it.
Hey, you know how you have your knife right now, right, Umber?
Yeah?
Your knife for the first time in your entire relationship with it, and never likely to ever say anything ever again, goes, "Oi, there's a knife in that parasol."
Now I'm just like the fact that everyone else who saw it happen.
It says it out loud even.
Out loud. There, now you're up to date.
Now you're up to speed.
God, imagine what would happen if you gave speed to Umber.
I'd rather not.
We got very close to finding out.
It's like caffeine with ADHD folk. That you just get real slow and sleepy.
Caffeine for ADHD folk?
Yeah, that makes you slow. Speaking as someone with ADHD who cannot handle caffeine.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the reaction doesn't really work, so you don't get the high you can get from caffeine, but you do get the crash. It sucks.
It's painful. It happens to me sometimes, not consistently.
It happens to me a lot. Like every time I drink anything with caffeine in it. So I don't.
Instantly, the big sleepy. But yes, so
Yeah.
What's going on in your head? Because that's about the last thing that Don remembers is that like you freaked out again while you're going on. And you've been out, so yeah. What's going on in your head?
What is going
All
on
in her
here?
mind.
feel
imagine not a whole
free
lot.
to explain as much as you feel your character has learned over the course of 2 days of chatting with Domine. Go wild.
I mean, I learned. You know when sometimes there's like a room, you're like sort of waiting, but there's nothing there. It's like maybe like a table, some curtains, like maybe something to do. Turns out that is what the inside of my brain is like. But there was like, I was there, and sometimes this like really sort of archaic seeming like giant twink was there. Like that guy, that's like a walking stick. But anyway, we talked a little. I don't think he liked me much. He seemed to like think he was much better than me, and like, I mean, rich people, am I right? But yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of this twat.
Mm.
I did not like him one bit.
I think Isa here asks, or is this like Umber taking questions about?
Sure.
I mean, Isa's going to ask just. Did you ask what his name was?
I did actually. Like I think that is a reasonable question to ask when you meet someone, even if they're like in your head. But this man was like Damien, Danny, Dennis, Dominique. I think Dominique or Domine or something like that. Dave?
Could we call them Dennis? That sounds funny.
Dennis. No, Dennis is the name of my giant Furby.
Know that.
Bound
not a
casually referencing his cursed artifact.
Wait, I have posted Dennis before, right? Well, not for the newbies, but
I had a suspicion, but I did not expect it to really be him. Isa does look a bit thoughtful, just like that actual. She had an idea, but now she has the confirmation, and she's just like. Isa says talking about this like with recognition.
Yeah, like he didn't. Well, he mentioned a sibling, but he didn't mention some sister. But he didn't mention like you. It was like I didn't know.
How
like some are rebels of some names, and one of them is Christ, I forgot again.
Constance.
Constance, yes.
But Isa has not told.
No, what I basically mean is I don't know if like you gave names to your other sisters, but basically like I think Domine mentioned his family and mentioned Constance, but I'm basically like saying A and B and Constance and D and E and basically like that. Like I have no clue.
And then Isa's just. Well, isn't that interesting?
I think Don's kind of just
interesting.
The other two in the party can understand what's.
Don's just kind of patiently waiting.
Can actually understand what Isa is getting at with that.
Mm-hmm. Don's just kind of patiently waiting. He's like, all right, so is he out of your head yet or not? Because I'd rather you be here than him.
Hey, local roller D2. I'm kidding.
The situation already started. You can't do this.
You are the literal devil, and I know where you live.
Bet.
Here's
I
the
mean,
point.
I know in what city you live, and I have seen the name on your Google account.
Bet.
Yeah, but international flights are expensive.
I know. And I have no money.
Please do not go after me as a proxy for revenge.
Go
I
after
will
7 as a proxy for revenge. Go.
No, I like 7.
Oh, thank you.
7 is my friend.
And I am your GM. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, exactly. GMs aren't friends.
A naturally adversarial relationship.
Yeah, exactly. It's like my cat and birds.
So where is he at?
Yeah.
Is he out? Are you good?
I think like did you like do the thing off screen to get him out?
No.
Hell no.
Was
we didn't.
Gray ever informed about this schizophrenic?
No.
Oh, we just saw it happen.
Yeah, because it wasn't like a visual thing, right? Like it's just the personality shifted. So you were off cowering, I think, in the was that the first? Did Ferd or not Ferd? Did Gray never see Umber?
Correct.
Did Gray only ever see when Domede was present?
Very
Yep.
correct.
Which
Okay,
is admittedly
from your perspective,
very funny.
this like messy nerd is like loudly complaining about the asshole in their head, and you're just sitting here like not squaring the personality change at all. I think Quip's just been sitting in like an existential uncanny crisis.
I mean, there's also the one of still, what is Issa? That's also going on for him.
Yeah, Gray is having the most existentially terrifying minute of his life right now. Potentially. I don't know what's gonna happen.
All
And
right,
I
Gray, there's something scary in front of you. You know what you gotta do. Start swinging, baby. Yes.
Do not start swinging. If you start swinging, you just may as well start spinning a circle and hit everyone at the party.
Just pick up Vatil again, try to twirl him, just slam him into the wall. Everyone just
fucking
falls over.
fucking
Get stuck
fastball
on a piece of
special him.
furniture.
At this point, Vatil is going to start owning more and more and more of Gray's joints. It's going to be elbows next. Then it'll be like some ribs, maybe.
That's not a joint.
I didn't say. Hey, more and more things. Ribs are a thing,
You said joints.
and things.
I'll join you together if you don't stop. Anyway, so exorcism.
Listen, you can't talk about bones without me being-
Exorcism.
Glue.
Is it out of your head yet?
It is out of my. I mean, I assume he just sort of went poof.
You're okay. So, time out. You are telling me that you are being possessed by some kind of parasitic psychic entity that had temporarily controlled your consciousness. You have been arguing with this entity for the past few days while you've been in a near comatose state in your room, and you're just saying it's gone now.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
What, did it get bored and leave?
I don't.
Well,
Yeah, what
count.
happened? What happened there?
I mean, Issa's going to say, well, count me doubtful that it would be so easy.
I mean, I maybe he just didn't get along with me and decided to find another brain to hide out in. I don't know. I don't speak ghost.
I'm going to take a wild guess and assume you are still possessed, and that the spirit or whatever it is has gone dormant. In which I would suggest you need professional help. Although I couldn't tell you where to get that because I wouldn't exactly trust our I'm sorry, what does it say on her business card? Parapsychologist?
Yes, the parapsychologist on staff.
Well, do you want an Elfia to root around in your head?
I would prefer nobody rooted around in my head.
Well, that's not an option, so we're going with plan B. And you get the first crack at it.
I'm going in. Let me get my screwdriver.
Whips out screwdriver.
And then the Issa's just that may work on me, but not on them.
No,
Oh,
it's like a sonic screwdriver.
No, this is just flat steel on a stick.
This is what Issa said. It works on Issa. You could.
This is sounding like it's going toward like an ice pick lobotomy.
Oh, you wish I had an ice pick.
I have access to an ice pick.
Oh, sick.
An
hand it over.
improvised one.
Improvised ice pick.
That's just called a stick.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find out where that thing lives in your head. So help me here. I want to pry Umber's mouth open and use my dramaturgical taste to read the God script on her teeth, because that's bones, right?
I mean,
I want to see where this thing lives in your head.
Sorry, technically not. I'll allow it. I have found, like, one thing I have actually said about its skull is like, oh, cool, you can see the adult teeth. It was a baby skull. I am normal.
So yeah, I want to pry Umber's mouth open and see if I can read the God script on where this thing lives in it.
Yes.
That is cool as fuck. That is honestly cool as fuck. Like, I'll allow it.
Well, here's a magnifying glass. Good luck.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna use that dramaturgical taste. You can read the God script within someone's blood and bones and learn a secret from their life. I guess that would just be Umber, not necessarily the ghost, but I want to see what I can get.
Sorry, people were knocking on the door and the dog was barking. So you're dramaturgling the teeth of the bound.
Yes.
Read me the advanced text just so everyone has it in their brain right now.
Let's see here. Oh, it does specify a corpse, although there is someone technically dead inside Umber. Let's see here.
I'll allow it. Like,
after
this is too cool not to do.
After an intense scene of reaching into the zeitgeist and the soul of the everyman, it's good to sit back, take some notes, and reread the script. If you find a fresh corpse, you can read the God script within someone's blood and bones and learn a secret from their life.
What's fresher than being alive?
That's fresh as can be. Don't get no fresher than that.
I think you would have to cut open her the Umber's gums for it to work.
Oh, go to the root of the matter there.
Yes.
I've got some scalpels on hand.
No! Like, this is me fucking discarding this.
Got it.
That's the extra cool, though. That's fine.
No.
Umber can just say, okay, so... I mean, Issa might just say here, like...
How about this? I see a wisdom tooth still poking up at the back of the mouth there. Just a wisdom tooth at the back. Has that wisdom tooth been causing you some pain lately?
No.
Teeth pulling is... No.
No, like, I have... This is, like, me local. I have serious, like, dentist issues.
Ah.
Like,
I mean,
as cool as this is, I do not want to do this.
but Issa can just, at this point, like, with them having their wild ideas, she'll say, no, I think for this one, we are going to need some help.
And I was excited. I was like, all right, I was ready to get in there. kind of just, and I think like the scalpel was in hand, being like, all right, I can dig in, I can get there. Just kind of like glumly, like, oh, okay.
And then do we get a Dawn being like the kid who's about to have a cookie and puts it back?
Like the lid goes back on the jar, just oh.
So no, the advance got red carded.
It got red carded.
Not X carded, red carded.
Yes.
Take your fucking penalty.
Like, sorry for being such a pussy, but yeah.
So,
Mm,
some help.
I mean, he's
Also, yes, it is extremely funny that with all like the bullshit I have said in here, I am deadly afraid of dentists. I know.
I mean, we're in. Fur also has things with needles. See Dead Space 2 and eyes.
No, I have a thing about specifically that situation. That's a rough one. I'm fine with needles.
I am also not fine with needles. I'm a fucking chicken shit for someone who's really into horror.
Then don't play that part of that game.
I was not intending to play the game at all.
So are we?
Yeah.
Are we taking Umber, dragging them kicking and screaming to the parapsychologist first?
Hey, so Issa has a. Oh, is there anything occult to this that Issa just can't? Is there any inkling of something occult being involved with this?
Actually, less that. That's kind of not the best angle because
I mean,
this is a Dawn like thing to put at Dawn's feet more so. And Dawn, there's nothing ghostly happening here, right?
I was going to ask that if there was like any presence that I could see like overlapping or something like that.
Yeah, no presence, no signs of a possession, nothing that is, to your knowledge, a ghost interacting with the drow form, right?
This is all in your head, bro.
But Vatil, I know everyone was talking about how you handed over the stars token, but you've had it in your robe this whole time, remember?
Did no one go check?
Oh wait, no, I never got the opportunity to do that.
You specifically swerved giving it to Revengeance in our time.
Because
because you
give it
gave
to
like
our
the.
actual boss.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm a collaborator, baby.
We haven't seen Endless
I
Forms
mean,
in
you're
a
not
minute.
here. They are the most collaborator of classes.
I mean, Azura. Yeah, I guess.
That's right.
Azura.
That's the word that's the word we were looking for. Azurite, and I guess maybe Legends if you played him a certain way, but yeah.
So, your little token in the sleeve of your robe, Vatil. So everyone is kind of talking about, like, do we take this nerd to a parapsychologist? Do we try to carve out, like, the bones? You know, just cut off a finger? You can cut off a finger real quick, right? Etc.
That goes back on, no problem.
I think if we take it off fast enough, we can put it back.
I mean, I do... With my knack for sewing, can I just, like, fucking stitch it back on?
While funny, that's also stupid.
That is...
And as you're going back and forth, and Issa's like kind of peering very deliberately to try to suss out if something occult is going on, Gray's over there being like,
What is good? What? Repeatedly, just what?
I'm sure to quip, this has only grown more and more insane. And he was there for most of it.
We have not
I
begun
was there,
to be...
but I have not comprehended.
We have not begun to get to the insane stuff.
This is just some bullshit that's going on. Some bullshit.
and you remember, Vatil, how Domain came from the Stars
Funny
token? Question mark? the
It
exhibit the
didn't
Stars
start
token
happening
came from.
until the bound touched the funny nickel.
Yes.
I mean, Issa does know that. Like, she saw it. She had to mentally deal with it happening.
Yeah. And so maybe you could use the token as the beginning of something by yourselves. Maybe a parapsychologist might be very useful. Maybe you just want to say, fuck it, I want to go do something else. I hate this part of the story.
I'm gonna say, fuck it, I hate this part of the story, and I throw the nickel at the bound. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, like, bank shot it off their forehead. So, and I'm gonna see if, okay, so touching the coin regularly caused the implantation of this psychic entity that we are referring to, but have no idea what it is. What if
I mean,
hit
that's not actually that's not the order this happened in.
This is the
I mean-
order Batil thinks it happened in.
I mean, I didn't even touch the nickel. I touched the knife.
You're about to touch the nickel.
No, the nickel was back in the exhibit. The token existed outside of the exhibit once we left.
In
Yes.
theory. Anyway, nickel flick.
I love that band.
I'm gonna kick you from the server if you say that again.
Look at this nickel.
Roll me, just for the purposes to see how effective this is, resist religion, Umber.
How effective? Wait,
Umber. Okay.
the contact with the...
I should pick up religion or resist. No, I said I wasn't gonna pick up religion because that's funnier. That is one rock.
Give
Then
me a rock.
suffer.
The singular rock.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
It actually just knocks you out again.
That's a nat one,
that is
baby.
That is the second time. Why do I keep net oneing when this?
So this wasn't a roll that was going to have
Owned.
stress attached to it, but the one makes it very funny.
Please don't tell me. I think. You know what would be the funniest thing here?
Severe fall.
No. Do you want to hear my suggestion?
Go for it.
It turns out, while it was a very, it seemed like the real token. Like, what if it actually breaks?
No, that's stupid. So you, dumb, banished, kick you out.
Why is your idea of funny severely
I mean,
impeding the progress of the plot?
I have
every
an
game.
idea for that one, because this is technically a healed like medium fallout. Can I just get another medium as a replacement? instead
So
of a
that's
I'm
quite
not
literally.
trying to blind you.
That's quite literally what I was actually going to lean into.
Oh,
So,
cool.
you have religion, Dawn. No one else has religion, right? Fur is
Fuck
religion.
you, I have religion.
That's correct.
So Dawn and Vatil, you're kind of the ones who parse this the most. As the coin, the token, the thing, the bit of brass with a bite mark in it, just kind of clings off of Umber's forehead in the most surprise pocket sand tear attack anyone can imagine.
It makes a hollow thumb noise.
Thum. And then the hum keeps growing in intensity as
Shit should explode.
the token doesn't fall down after bouncing off of Umber's head.
It just floats.
It just floats there, vibrating rapidly.
Is it still spinning?
No. It's,
It bounced and then it stopped spinning even.
yes.
And as soon as it starts hanging there, Dawn points at it and says, "That's some bullshit right there."
As Vatil, you're the only one with Star's blood in the room.
Because Isa doesn't have any blood.
No blood.
Precisely. Because Issa is technically just a memory copy and not a real deal.
And
An
Gray's blood is
actual
just
cuck.
alcohol.
An actual cuck of a Staris. Anyway.
A replica, if you would.
As the coin is vibrating in the air, Vatil, your attention kind of locks on it. Umber, your eyes, you kind of feel your... You know when you really zone out and you just stop being able to parse anything?
Yes.
That's you right now. Your entire
What is
sensory apparatus is just being overwhelmed for a second.
Ah, I know how that feels.
Gray, you're just kind of... I think for Gray and Issa's point of view, it's just suddenly really fucking loud in this very tiny room.
With no obvious source of the sound.
Just a floating coin, yeah.
I mean, Issa recognizes the coin for what it is,
Mhm.
but she's never
Ow.
seen it do this.
Yeah, this is funky.
Um,
Dawn, Vatil.
inside her head, Issa is thinking, "Oh no, they're hearing this outside, aren't they?"
Yeah, we'll get to that. Vatil and Dawn, there's just a moment of... You're not transported back to that royal hall that you were at before. You know, like the Staris throne room, right?
Mhm.
But you get, like, the sensation of what it was like to be there. There's just something about the sense of age and power that it's hard to describe how it affects you, but there's, like, something physical that resonates with you in that, like, religious sense. Especially you, Don, that rather latent and neglected part of your brain that actually parses religious powers is getting overloaded just watching this.
Wholly unpleasant.
I mean, if Issa is not feeling anything from the coin, it's just being loud and vibrating.
Yes.
She'll probably approach it.
I look over at Dawn and I go, "We need to leave. I think Umber's going to explode."
That's probably not a bad idea.
I kick Umber through the doorway.
Vatil, you go to lift your leg.
Like
and-
really boot stomp, like kick that door in, but with Umber. Listen, no hard feelings. I just don't want to catch the bone shrapnel.
That is valid.
As you go to lift your leg, Vatil, there's just something in your blood that makes you freeze up as
Right,
the
you have the
coin says kneel.
I'm going to piss on
Does
the
everyone hear this?
Yes.
Does Issa recognize this voice in any way?
It's
How do I fight the coin? Because I'm kicking Umber now. But now I'm angry. This is no longer a dispassionate kick.
Can I snatch the coin?
Issa is already approaching it.
Anyone who is approaching the coin or in some way trying to interact with the coin, resist religion difficulty 2.
Okay, does that go for me again?
You're fine. Don't worry about you.
Yeah, you've got your own problems.
You rolled the nat 1 to cause the situation. You're fine.
That seems to
Now
be
I
a
just wanna
recurring
kick
theme
Umber
this
'cause I
campaign.
feel good.
Resist religion difficulty.
Yes.
I'm sorry, my nat
I'm
one.
sorry. Is that like 3d10 take lowest?
No, that
No.
is you. If you don't have resist
have
or
one
religion,
dice.
you roll the d10 and then I take it down by 2 steps.
So you mean it's just guaranteed? It's guaranteed, and unless I get a.
You're
I mean,
fucking
if
around with stuff you don't understand.
If you roll a 10, you can still get like a success.
I mean, Issa's.
No, if it's down by 2 points, the 10 turns into an 8, which means succeed, no stress.
No,
No,
two
down by
steps,
2
not
steps.
points.
Steps.
You're getting stress one
It's
way
not-
or another.
It's not -2.
Critical
It's-
success to stress.
It's
Well,
two.
fuck
It's
you, I'm
down.
rolling a raw one.
Yes.
Also, while y'all are doing that, I'm gonna feed my cat because it's dinner. It's cat feeding time.
Okay, go ahead.
I had 3d10 for this, and now I'm gonna get a 1d10.
Oh.
I'm kicking this bound.
Okay.
This is definitely going. Oh, let's see what happens. He's so.
Quip, or is
Issa
Gray
knows
trying to
what-
I'm
intervene?
kicking Issa.
No, Issa knows what this thing is. And,
It would be
You
helpful
gotta
if you
resist
said
it, though.
something to everyone else.
I mean, if I get minor fallout, goodbye. I'll just say no.
Gray, are you interacting with the coin in any way?
Would
Quippity
it be
Gray.
in character to do so? And if I do, my only reason to do so is just because it would be very funny if Loco caused me even more suffering just by existing again.
Again.
It is something of a trend at this point.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
This happened. This happened last. There was a 1 rolled against the hog that also turned everything sideways.
I think that like my masochistic joy in getting Fallout is like bleeding out.
Anyways,
So, does the Quip would like to try to roll a D10 down 2 steps, because I don't think you have resist or religion, to try to interact with this coin.
Quip, it's okay.
Shit.
You don't have to eat brain damage like me and Issa are about to.
you had a 1 in 10 chance of doing any good here.
Double crit fail.
Wow.
Don, you want to try to help?
Hell no. I saw this going I remember the last time this happened, someone got brain damage that led to this situation. I'm not messing with this thing if I don't have to.
You know what? You should just flip over Gray's bed and take cover behind it.
I think that's a good idea, actually.
Put some space between you and the rest of the party.
Because it's getting loud, right?
Very loud.
It's getting humming. There's humming going. It's getting loud. People are going towards this thing for whatever reason. I'm like, I don't want any fucking part of this. Are you kidding me?
I'm going to think people didn't make it more than like half a step towards it at most.
Like a
Esau's-
finger was lifted.
I mean, Esau was the one that like really intended to go for the coin. Anyways, okay.
So for
what
the people that
happens?
crit fail, that's 10 stress.
Jesus.
I mean,
Are you
isn't
fucking
that
serious?
everyone?
Stress on me because of someone else's bad roll?
No. I could roll separately if you want for everyone else. I was just doing 1
Wait,
stress
but-
for all of you.
No,
So-
I'm saying you're inflicting 10 stress on each of us because local got a 1.
No, because you
This
got
is
Us having to make a near impossible roll.
this
Where
is
we have
kind
to-
of like
No, this is-
us. This is spread Fallout without spread Fallout having been rolled.
I'm calling
Yeah.
bullshit on this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like harsh. This is harsh, my dude.
It is a little bit harsh.
A little
That's
bit.
not a little bit.
A,
You're
a little bit.
Fallout on all involved for a thing we
Like,
have
and
no
I-
fucking practical way
like-
to deal with.
And especially because I didn't technically even take Fallout. Like, this is fucking harsh. Like, I know Spire is not supposed to be a nice game, but Christ.
We're at least supposed to go out doing something, with a goal and not,
And not
all
getting, like-
explode in our fucking own home base.
It's not supposed
not
to
like
be. It's not
Getting
supposed to be.
getting collectively brain fried. That
It's
is
not supposed to be. Rocks fall, everybody dies.
Actually, you know what? I get my Saturdays back if this campaign ends here. Hit me.
The reason why I was actually framing it this way is actually because, yeah, this is total bullshit. So, Batil, question.
I picked death.
No, I think there's going to be something more interesting going on here.
Shit.
There's a moment for Vitil specifically where you go to try to like push yourself against the mandate of Staris commanding you. And you see perhaps a decent drinking acquaintance in Gray diving for the coin, and you just get like a brief mental image of his brain leaking out of his ears
Ew.
Oh, that happens every other weekend.
as he's laying on the
Same
ground,
shit, different day.
Oh, we get.
spasming
We get-
and deflating.
That happens
Oh,
every
you're
other
doing.
weekend.
You're doing this mechanic. I just played a game over the last two games in the last year where this was the central cornerstone of the plot. Everyone
And-
died.
You see Issa reaching for the coin, and she even gets her hand on the token. And then her body, her false body, begins to just disintegrate around her. And in this moment of mutual annihilation that I think a sensible part of you is rebelling against in your head, in the state of, no, fuck you, what God would let this happen?
Nah, I'm good. Fuck it. We're gone. Goodbye.
I'm giving you a chance, fuck you, listen.
I ain't kneeling to anybody. Vaporize my shit. And then continue.
You see a rather stringy figure, I guess is the best way to put it. Very tall, very made to look handsome based off of considerations that you don't personally agree with in this time and day, like wearing a mullet or something like that, right?
Hey.
You know what I mean. You know it's true.
Yeah, you shouldn't be wearing a mullet.
Don't. Yes, I have a mullet, but in like a cool gay way.
Okay, hold on now. You're describing a paradox.
We have to get back on track.
The phrase
Did I
is
just
cool,
hear the word
gay.
salad of cool, gay, and mullet?
That's a goddamn paradox. None of those three phases fit together.
We get back on track.
As your mind is reeling from the historical mulleted man before you, you're given, as a member of Staris, a moment of grace. As he turns to you and he looks you up and down, in this like half a second, as everything just kind of is slowing down in your perspective, right, Vitil? Looking you up and down, and he simply goes, "It's okay. We Staris men, we make our mistakes. And our mistress knows how to accommodate those who were simply ignorant about their mistakes. Let me help you keep this unfortunate accident," as he looks over towards the pancaked Quip, Gray, and the half-disintegrated Issa. And together we can try to assuage the Staris wrath together. How about it, Vitil Staris?
I think I'd rather eat my gun, but I don't think I have a choice here.
That kind of makes him smile. Ah, it's good to see there's still some black backbone in the family.
Some.
I have no idea who this is.
I mean, you're also not seeing it happen.
Yeah, from everyone else's perspective, you're like in reaching for the token, right? Vatiel's the only one seeing the doom and destruction happening around him.
Mateel's getting the premonition.
Hey,
I'm experiencing Mortal Kombat Armageddon.
would you like to just accept a moderate fallout?
Who? Me?
Fair.
Or
Only if I get to lobotomize Umber after this, because this is
None of you can be trusted with this token. Holy shit! I should never have given it away.
I mean, you were the one that threw it.
I will accept that. Everyone
If I'm
agree.
getting a moderate fallout, I would like to fix the bound of their moderate fallout.
You can give them a different one.
No. Because
No.
the fallout is being inflicted. I'm not asking for extra fallout spread around the party. If I'm going to get brain tokened here, I'm taking that token.
Okay. The stress negates. The rolls come out to nothing. And Vatiel. So you know how like a second ago you just like flicked the token at Umber's head?
Does it finally bounce off?
No, hey Umber, you know how a second ago you just took the token that was in your pocket and you just flicked it at Vatiel's head in annoyance?
Wait, what?
yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Vatiel, the token bounces off of your head.
I eat it.
And you take a bite of it.
Jump up and snap it up like a goldfish.
What? So
Rewind. The humming never happened.
Fuck. What?
Everyone has memories of a very loud humming sound. But obviously all that happened is Umber just kind of glared at Vatiel for saying something obnoxious and took the coin that, you know how like Umber's been sleeping with the coin of stars in his pocket like this entire time and no one ever went to take it out of his pocket?
Doing something obnoxious narrows it down.
What was that?
Do you know how little me saying something obnoxious narrows that down?
True. Doesn't matter. It's just something obnoxious to the Umber. And Umber, you've had this coin this whole time when you were sleeping, and you were just like, you know what? I just want to flex something at this fucking asshole Azurite.
Yeah.
Right, but this is why I wanted to. We gave the coin.
No, you never did.
No, this time can be rewritten.
More like you quite literally never gave the token away. Revenge
Yeah.
Dinner Time wanted the token, and you explicitly swerved her from receiving the token.
No, I mean when things happened. Yeah, right. I remember the off session of we went to go get the token and then
Yep.
didn't hand it over.
Yep.
Got it. Okay, now I remember. And now we're saying that didn't. We never took it.
There's
Cosmic Retcon, baby!
I mean, technically, if it was only within a minute, I could have done this myself.
true.
Just need high advance first.
Essentially, for the purposes of kind of pulling back the veil a little bit, because this feels like a bit of a GM explanation moment. Yeah, you were supposed to totally fucking fail those rolls, and we're having this cool token moment of power moment.
It was the undefeatable. It was the undefeatable boss fight.
Or someone would have gotten a 10.
hated
We've also had a cool moment.
My most hated fucking video game trope. Yes, of course I'd like to see that in my tabletop gameplay.
Shut up. At least this was an actual boss fight. This is just a cool little moment.
Indeed,
At
Garland
Fisher
has
Mills.
knocked us all down.
The undefeatable QT.
So the coin is now.
I don't know, in Vatiel's teeth? Question mark?
Yeah, something like that.
It flicks off of his head and he just like bites that out of the air. Perfectly
Pretty
where
fun.
the bite marks were on it, funnily enough.
Please,
Sorry.
we cannot actually do a perfect time loop that is hundreds of years long. No, I refuse.
That'd be
Of
a
course
very
we can.
different game.
It's all made up anyway.
So, Umber, for the first time since this happens, you hear Daith whispering in your ear. Your rifle. The god in your rifle. Oh. Thank the small clergy that you're back. I was doing everything I could to hold that little presence back. Do you feel better now?
Like, purely the fact that I have a familiar voice in there and not little dweep. It's like I cannot possibly say, my lady, how much better it feels to be in your presence.
Okay, so, but as far as everyone else is, how do any of us know the problem has been fixed? We don't actually have a way to know that.
Dude, trust me.
Dude, trust me.
It worked
Fatil.
out so well the last time.
If
Hey, Fatil, go ahead and check your characters and stress thing. I think you might have a cool little fun new refresh.
Nope. Don't see. Oh, right, Discord.
you're welcome, I came up with that one.
No, God, no! I don't even know what it is yet. The fact that Seven had a hand in it means it's horrible. Oh, I already saw this. This was on someone else's sheet, and now it's on mine.
Yeah.
Now it's on yours.
Fuck this house.
Fuck this house.
You chose to be part of it, buddy.
But hey, Opfer, you know what? If you can convince the refresh condition that Issa is part of the house, when you repair her, you get a refresh.
I don't have it anymore, I think.
But Fur can.
Yeah. But yeah, also like I have decided that the reason like Domine is fucking incompatible with me is because I have fucking Grindel DNA.
Absolutely fucking disgusting. Like,
yeah.
there's a part of you, Fatil, that's very, very acutely hyper racist against the Grindel family right now. And you don't quite know why.
No, I know why. Fuck them.
And
Bunch of fucking thugs.
So,
Hey, that's
I
my
mean,
family
Issa,
you're talking about.
at this point, Issa will out loud ask. Because I don't think anyone else. Issa will out loud just ask.
No, before that, Don didn't experience any of that, right? He just saw the thing humming, then it wasn't, and then things that weren't were, and now it's all weird. And
It's the
everyone's
same experience Issa got.
So
she's just.
so Don kind of looked at all this. He's like, "Are you done now?"
Issa is just. What just happened?
Was that real? Are we real?
voice in
Are
the
we all
back of your
collectively
head, Fatil. Oh, hello there, friend. I'll be synergizing with you now. Don't worry, it won't hurt that much.
Oh fuck! No, I'm crazy.
Did he say this just
Out loud, yes.
so? Our problem has moved.
Yeah, but I got a different problem. What kind of irreparable brain damage do I get, boss?
I
Aside
don't
from
know what
like,
you're talking about. Fatil just like ate your
lobotomy.
fallout.
oh,
So we
did,
just
did,
have a different problem now.
did
specifically
Fatil just
bargained-
also take? God damn it! I wanted like separate medium fallout.
Nope,
No,
he
trying to cripple the party.
was explicitly like, I eat it. It's mine now. Fuck you. And I'm like, okay.
Okay, Okay, so I have no brain damage anymore, aside from
Brain
like the horrible
feel
tragedy
good.
of the
Accord-
horrible tragedy of being Omari Velosa.
According to off-session bargaining, I have taken your moderate ongoing mind fallout, and I've claimed it for my own.
You are a absolute Chad.
Because I can be a schizophrenic. It's not that different from everyday life.
Essentially, for the purposes of role playing, you're kind of free to interpret Staris lore in like the truest sense as much as you want. Things to know: Domine was the palace servant during the regency of the final queen of the Staris Empire's like ascent. Not
The
when she
Drowned
was,
Queen.
yeah, the Drowned Queen.
Before
She became
queen.
Yeah,
because of Issa. Mostly because of Issa.
Oh my
And
god,
right.
Isa, I can't actually believe that you are in fact the girlfriend of the interdimensional eel waifu.
More like the wine ant.
Yes. Basically.
So for you now are able to kind of lean into memories of Staris at its peak right before it all came crashing down.
Basically into the same time period Issa is from.
Correct.
Oh, good. Memories as proper, then.
Hey, this means that things that Issa talked about will now make a lot more sense to you.
Have they not always?
No, now you will know. Now you are going to know, like you've been there.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't know what you're talking about. My memories are clear as day.
It's begun. So, pulling back the veil.
Oh no, we've given him too much power.
On the moment, that is my mouth.
Oh, we're going to have they're going to have an interesting conversation at some point.
Excuse me, whoever you are in my head, but I request that you ask permission before you begin speaking through our tongue. This body
Issa's
now, this body, as far as I'm aware, is a tool of House Staris. We will serve, and we will be of service. You can eat my ass. House Staris is nothing but a shadow of what it once was. Perhaps.
it's
But
offer. I have
we'll
a
offer our services to those available.
Seven,
I
let him cook. Let him cook.
I just want to say I have something to interject soon.
What? Ask both
No.
voices.
Issa is not saying this out loud yet.
Ask three voices, then you can add mine.
I'm thinking Issa will try to actually get an answer because, hey, this is someone where compel and high society and her knack would actually apply.
What do you want to say?
Question is more, what result does she? I mean, getting the domain personality to behave a little more, just to make things easier for all of us, and not have this literal two people bickering with each other in the same body at the same time.
Nah, banned. The bickering's too funny.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like, I am not even kidding. This is one of my favorite tropes in fiction, like, in general. I just can't do it myself. Because I hate Domine.
Then Issa will at least ask something like, she will want to get her final confirmation of just, she wants to be absolutely sure of who this is. And I guess on the other hand, to make absolutely sure he knows who she is.
Did I ever take my heart medication?
Does that make sense?
Give me the what? Give me the line. Give me the line. What are you asking?
Um, hmm. Hmm. I think with as much of that long forgotten regal tone as she can manage. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Same.
What does she say?
No, in character, you just start regally humming and humming and humming and hawing. And Domine, that's all you need.
Is this the role just to see if her
No role.
instinctive
Just you just like I'm telling you, Domine. That's all you need to hear.
Is it just like a distinctive little? Is it in fact that the humming has like a distinctive cadence to it?
Exactly.
It's just
It
No,
is.
that,
It is like the It's the warning signal before
It
a
is-
Starus woman is going to be forced to open her mouth to correct
It
her
is
mistakes.
Is it like this inimitable? No one can. You have to be like raised to do it.
Yep.
Or you
Well,
can't
I'm
fake it.
imagining like the Marge Simpson.
And I get a little like. Hmm.
Yes. It's just that anticipation of saying something, Domine.
This exasperated hum of just. Yeah, I guess I have to do something. Like right before she's right the that kind of tone.
Exactly.
I apologize, my Lady Cadence, for this poor showing. I would recognize that voice anywhere.
My Lady Cadence. This is not Cadence. Cadence is the pink pony from Friendship is Magic.
Pretty fucking sure your name was Constance? Cadence?
Constance.
Okay. She could be a fucking horse. It's a robot body.
Secretly a centaur this entire time.
I guess for a drow, that would be a drider. Spider lower half.
Centaur? That's so foreign. What's the other half?
It's a man with a gun.
Anyways, okay. Rewind a moment. What did he say?
Lady Cadence? Cadence. Now, I'm the one having brain problems. Constance. I recognize that voice. Anywhere.
Been a long time.
The body of Valtiel begins to kneel. Stops for a moment. A flinch. Just before his knee touches the ground. I'll give you this one free. Thank you. And he finishes kneeling. He removes the top of his blue turban, allowing his long, straightened silver hair to fall around his shoulders. I am sorry that this form is not what it once was, but I am, as always, in your service, Lady Constance, no matter what form your spirit takes.
Constance. No, I am kidding. No, I am doing the.
Okay, question
No, I am
to
doing-
question to Fur. Is this the first time we have seen Va's hair?
Yes.
The only thing you've ever seen of Va's face are his two eyes and the outline of his nose. Because apparently he's got a schnoz that hoovers.
Okay, so now I need to know, and like we have. Can I add something? It is the exact same nose as Domine had.
Yeah.
Because we have
like that?
that is
like
a
that
Starish
few minutes
nose.
ago? Was it like that a few minutes ago, or did some form of morphic resonance take place? Who knows?
But
Who knows?
die.
I mean,
Yeah. Now, second question: are you hot?
Eminently fuckable.
You still can't see underneath the bottom half of his mask.
Eh.
But you're not allowed to wear headwear in the presence of Staris royalty.
I mean,
And yes, you get to see that Vatil's hair is actually immaculately groomed and brushed.
if Issa will. Issa, she is more constant than Issa in this moment, and well, she says, "Do stand up."
Of course, my lady.
This is. You will learn that we find ourselves in an interesting situation.
You
And
doing this kind of thing all the time. It's not considered proper in today's society and would probably get a shot. Consider yourself lucky.
Quiet at the moment. We are in the presence of royalty.
and
I know that. I put her
I
skull.
mean, Issa will say just with their bickering and and royalty is telling you try not to draw attention to your new form.
Of course, madam. I will do my best.
You will do your best because I don't want to get shot and you're riding around in my head.
Don's over here like, so do we need to fix you too now, or what's it
No,
be
I
like?
think it's just me who's fucked up. I don't think there's a two in this situation unless you count around this little sycophant riding around in my skull.
Sycophant, really?
And Issa will actually like. I mean, really. Issa raises a finger and says, "For all our sakes, there is one rule. And then she looks around the room at like the gathered party. With any person that is not in this room, this moment, Domine, do not speak. It is for all our good."
I will do my best, lady, to contain myself, but we are meant to serve and be of service. And so we shall serve and be of service. But we can do neither of those things if our strange nature is revealed. So do as she says. Vatil stands back up.
Don't get my back so fucking tense. What the fuck is wrong?
And I think at this point, like if now Issa has like talked about this, but now everyone has like seen her actually break out an entirely different personality.
You asshole, you make me undo my fucking turban. You know how long it takes to fucking do that every morning?
That's the real reason he shows up late for breakfast. It's not the drink, it's his hair.
What? I'm not going to cut my hair.
And so, yes, I think that's a good way to end the freebie X card scene that you get. Freebie begone. I'm going to go get a drink, but think about the answer to this question. Do you want to finally track down Endless Form's most beautiful, have a conversation, yada yada?
Give her the.
Or.
She'll want the token.
Or. Would you like to accept something of an invitation from a certain priestess who has reason to talk to you all?
I vote priestess.
Issa would
Correct.
absolutely want to accept the invitation. Issa has things to talk to this priestess about.
I feel like there's been a need to go and see the priestess that we just haven't had the opportunity to all at once before.
She's also just been off behind the checkpoint to the guest apartments, which difficult.
Anyway, yeah, let's go meet an old lady about some drugs.
Some drugs? No, these are good drugs.
Why is it that every time I play Spire, I end up talking about drugs?
I mean, how else are you gonna do with anything?
See, it is like certain substances are actually legal where I live. Sorta. It's complicated. Anyway. Hi, who is meow? Where's meow pussy? That was the cat voice.
I get that.
I thought that was just normal.
10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy.
I sound like a farmer in normal mode. That is not a joke. And I hung out with my dad last weekend, so now I sound even more like a farmer.
Wait, no, I forgot. Quip has a soundboard on his audio output locally, so he could just pipe that through his voice chat.
What you doing?
I can.
Because I was about to say, do you have Nitro Plus or something that you were able to pull that from another server? But no, that specific soundbite I know is part of your personal soundboard.
No, this is that one was Nitro too.
Oh well, shit.
Why do you ask?
Nitro. I got cheap bitch Nitro.
I got cheap bitch Nitro too, but I think it's because it's a legacy thing that I have access to.
Well, I had cheap bitch Legacy Nitro, so it's even cheaper and even bitchier. Because I was only paying the original $5 for like the Nitro Classic since I want to say like 2020.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Did I?
I was loud.
That wasn't that loud for me, but
You can turn down soundboard volume personally, but yeah.
Because some of our sounds in the Risk soundboard are kind of fucking loud.
They're kind of fucking bass boosted.
Yeah, they did take some of mine, which are not properly sound mixed, I don't believe. So, yeah, some of them end up a little bit loud. I think I just straight up gave them to Kid, and Kid slapped them sight on sound into the soundboard for Risk.
Incredible. Yep.
If it's any consolation, the MP2 extra crispy recording of UNWA, I had a friend do that.
I wonder if
the UNWA is actually incredible. Yes.
No, that's the regular version. The MP2 version, I couldn't upload it because, as it turns out, Discord doesn't support MP2s.
Yeah, because no one That's a format so obscure at this point.
I really wanted it to be.
It's not obscure. It's fucking historic.
If you have files in this format, you either made them on purpose or they're really old.
So
It's like bringing a blunderbuss to the fucking goal for.
So on the topic of something ancient and what deserves to be put in a museum, we're talking to the priestess or what?
Yeah. I think we all voted priestess.
Am I here?
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
There were loud noises.
Yeah, am I back?
Maybe. I don't know.
Were you gone?
Oh, you sound like it.
I was back. I made some stupid. I was gonna say how I'd never heard of MP2, but y'all kept talking, so I assumed I wasn't audible. I wasn't audible. I don't know what happened. Also, what the fuck is my cat doing?
Cat's going down meow.
Yeah.
The
Cat's
doggo had to go
zooming
outside,
through the
so.
house, but she also already had her dinner for the evening.
No, it just needs more zoomies. Anyway, so
Yeah.
after
Weirdo.
the in-character retconning of Fallouts, sometime in the day, after your breakfast, after the furtive glances from the Vermician Sage back toward your direction. And Dawn, there may have been a moment where the Sage may have tried to reach out to you, but they were escorted out by the guards far sooner than anticipated. Because Chase and his goons, they have one final beat down to inflict on your knights before you go to the priestess.
Very sad.
Says Dawn as he steps aside.
Do I have to once again do my obligatory disharmony roll on these people?
Well, can I just Can I do a suggestion? Oh wait, I only have like one stress in resistance box. I was gonna see if I beat these guys up, if that would be like bringing a criminal to justice.
They are the law. If you beat up Quip instead, maybe.
I don't think I can beat Quip because Quip is like twice my size.
Just join in on the shit kicking.
Please
do that one scene.
Yeah, that one gif.
Do not work with them, they are the enemy.
Or
I'm a fucking bound.
There's a moment where from Domain,
like I don't need the refresh, but
from Domain, an idea just kind of sparks in the back of your head, Vatil. Why make the guards go out of their way to beat one of the prisoners, one of the lessers, than if you could keep them in line yourself and save them the trouble?
We just pretend. We pretend to beat the knight up enough to satisfy these people.
Oh, they've done it once before.
Now we just fake it so well that they're convinced.
Do another cell. You've already worked before. Worked with each other before, you know.
That's true. I have not antagonized them. And I do have some stress I want to vent.
And they don't know Issa has antagonized them.
Not yet.
This harmony, fortunately, leaves no real evidence.
Unless you screw up.
Unless you fuck it up. That's the...
Then there's a question of what fallout you get, yes.
Your stinky fallout.
Evidence? Yeah.
The stinky fallout.
Severe, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. Just straight to severe.
Maybe Issa does literally hold her tongue to just...
If I may, Vatil begins to speak up to the Draco War guards. Let me, sir. If I may, esteemed sirs. Allow me to perform this duty for you today, here and now. But I believe you have all earned a deserved break from having to put the boots to this stubborn knight. And, as he is one of my fellow employees, I find that I must provide this service out of, shall we say, thankfulness. You see, he is as much a source of trouble to us as he is to you. But you have been so busy. Please allow me to sit back and give you a show instead. He draws his club from beneath his robes and starts turning towards the knight. Sylvie, grab him.
I think actually Dawn could make an argument that he's also got a little bit of a bone. He did get caught up in the little swing that that Gray did. I think Dawn's like, you know what? I might be able to help you with this one. He kind of rolls up his sleeves a little bit.
Cracks his knuckles.
I would like to roll compel low society with them because I'm giving them. I don't think it's an order roll considering I'm saying, hey, you mind if I beat his shit in for you?
Yeah.
You can sit back and enjoy
Also, like,
prisoner on prisoner violence.
Does the knight? How do you let the How do you let the knight know?
Don't worry about that. So who's all joining in on the beatdown of poor Gray?
You fucking bootlickers.
I kind of want to because it's a funny bit.
Is Issa going to join in on the beatdown of the night?
Issa would be more interested in deceiving the guards than actually doing a beatdown.
Oh no, I'm here for violence. I need to make it look convincing, which means I actually need to beat you with this stick.
Do you say this to the knight?
I am, like, considering most of my weapons are, I guess, supposed to go inside the body. I'm not gonna use the actual word because that sounds like... I am gonna use my measly little fists. Like, I'm not gonna stab him.
Let me put it this way, Issa. Solidarity is important in moments like these.
Issa does not officially have a... Issa does not have fight. Issa does not have anything relevant to doing this.
You don't have
Do you have low society?
She does not have low society. She has compel and
you have compel.
deceive.
That's it. That's all that matters. It's more a compel roll. There's just also violence involved. It's compelling the guards via violence upon quip.
I mean, I do not have compel. I do have low society. I also do have fight, and I guess that like having fight means that I also know like how to make a fake fight look good.
I'm not gonna make it look good. I'm gonna make it look real.
So,
channel your best like WWE wrestler.
Is everyone joining in on the beatdown with Quip? Quip, are you joining in on the beatdown of Gray?
Is Gray going to job himself?
Is Gray going to lean into the jobbing?
The Knoll, who has grabbed you from behind and pinned your arms, whispers into your ear with a growl that sounds like a dog trying to whisper, "It's fine. He hits like a bitch. Just take it."
All right, let's go. Let's do these rolls. I honestly, Gray's looking on more with confusion than it's a look of concern, more of like, is this seriously happening right now?
So for
meetings were over.
So for compel low society is a 3d10 for you, right?
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3. Roll me 6 3d10, please, as everyone joins in on the beatdown of Quip.
Even if Issa doesn't like.
You're signing off. You're approving.
Gonna be so fucking funny if you fail.
That seems. If I see 6 ones rolled at once, I would.
6 ones. Roll. God damn it. Let's fucking go.
That works.
There was a 1.
So how do you sell this beatdown? How does everyone contribute to Quip receiving it's a D3 brutal damage, right?
Yes, I'm everyone else can sell it. I'm actually hitting him with a stick.
Roll me the D3 brutal damage.
You're going for the D3, okay.
Issa contributed the 1.
You're getting beat the same way, top to bottom. But I think that all goes into your armor.
It does.
It does.
Yeah, you kick like a dent in it or something.
So, to describe this, Suvi was right. He does swing like a bitch. The thing is that he swings really fast. However, and crucially here, Gray, is that you're not actually being injured by this. It's all going into places where you're armored. It hurts, and it's going to make you sore for a bit, but it looks good. And it also hurts. You probably would be grunting in a little bit of pain.
Are we near the edge of the room here?
If it'll be funnier for what you're about to do, sure.
Yeah. I was thinking that Dawn, after Vatil has had his little kind of love bite, the little love tickle there with the back end of the club, kind of goes for like a spear into the wall and like a knee into the gut, like right in the center of where the armor is. So like it transfers through the armor and into the wall. And then kind of just like tosses Gray over his shoulder onto the ground.
Okay, so that's 1 blood stress. Local, what are you doing?
Do you know that fucking lucha move where you do like a backflip and then land on someone?
No.
Sure.
Press.
If anyone was going to do it, it would be the Bound.
Yeah, like I'm gonna do some luchador shit.
Okay, no stress because you're tiny and the knight is armored, but you do land on him pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think you were going for damage. I think you were going for showiness, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, just fucking looks impressive, looks cool as hell, but I am small. The best I can do is like do a backflip.
Do a backflip, lands on the knight after he gets like thrown over Dawn's shoulder. How do you participate, Seven?
What about Issa finds the easy way out and is, if everyone else is done, she's the one that like. Issa is not. Issa is not like. We don't have a measure of how strong is Issa. What if her part in it is presenting the knight to the guard, just like, here, look, this is what we've done to him.
Yeah, how are you participating in the beatdown of Gray? Because just saying, lol, trust me, bro.
Issa is...
Just dig your heels in a little bit. Just kind of grind it on his helmet or something.
Yeah, fucking
preferably not the helmet, not on my fucking head.
Step on him! Step on him! Fucking
Embrace
CBT
the gentle femdom of your soul. Go.
Step on him, Uwu.
I cannot justify Issa actually like raising a hand in this situation.
Yeah, that's because you raise a foot.
It's consensual. Just step on me.
She do a big steppy.
I think that's the move. You don't have to even move your arms. You just walk up to him, just kind of grind. Walk sidle on up to him, do a big old steppy right on his throat. Not enough to hurt, just enough to assert dominance.
Maybe like I could show it. The bit of actually selling it is just. I mean, like she said before, with a little bit of the tone she had with Domain of just that little humming cadence, and please behave. Do behave.
Gray, would you like a refresh for that?
You won the fight of selling that.
Sure, let's give me that refresh.
Okay,
you have to win the fight. I guess. I suppose.
I'm going to say, have another character follow your orders even when they'd rather not. He told her to step on his head.
Yeah.
I don't think he actually. That wasn't said. What's that?
I'll accept that as a funny meta refresh.
Okay, fine.
Because it's because it's an inter PC bit of fighting. Sure, I'll accept it because that's funny. I was going for the angle of you get a blood refresh because Grace finally realizes he's into this, but that also works.
I mean, just the gentle femdom, or just like being beat up by a bunch of people.
I think the femdom is what really kicked it in. The
fact that Issa really pulled out the Star's tone. Which probably, like, for Victil Domain, that was probably interesting to see.
I mean, yeah,
primordial
but also, I don't think
terror.
I don't think for Domain it would be horny, because that would be weird.
No, but it would just be like if this, it would be a sign of something's about to go or so you have done something very wrong if this happens.
You behave indeed. And as a result of the real ass beatdown you gave this poor knight, as he splayed out on the ground, kind of stomped on and lucha pressed and kicked about and smacked about.
And we don't even actually do any damage.
Not after the refresh, I don't think.
Yeah.
Quick little aside, the shooting star press was actually invented in Japan by a wrestler named Jushin Thunder Liger.
I will actually shoot you.
No, that's fine. I actually want Quip to come out with professional wrestling lore every episode.
This is true. That's actually what this is about. It's about the wrestling lore. Anyway, so Chase, for his part, just kind of crosses his arms. Well, as long as you keep the new blood in line, I don't suppose we'll have any more problems. Now will we?
Yes, sir. I will personally see to it that he falls in line. Is that correct, Knight?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely correct.
Excellent. Your reformation shall be glorious. Now,
and
please.
With that, go ahead and remove the medium vendetta fallout quick.
Have an excellent day, officers. And if we are to be of use, do not be afraid to ask.
A grin, a little wave, and the Draco War Guards finally give you your appropriate space.
Alright, I throw one more kick into Quip's chest plate.
Just for like the ding sound.
Quit. Roll me a D8 for damage. Anyway,
Yes,
Issa could have done that, but
gonna straight up give him the Shining Wizard.
just cave his chest in with a single kick.
Whoops, Vatil forgot about the boot blade that he had, and he,
Boot blade with a D8, that's more like a boot shotgun.
I have one
straight to the heart.
one tiny technicality question of
Sir.
do fists count as a non-ranged weapon?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess yeah, unless it's like a rocket
No,
fist.
no. It is explicitly fists are explicitly not a weapon in Spire. They are unarmed.
Because I was like, can I make ancient lineage work on barehanded? Because that would
No, but you can make it work on a
terrifying.
spork.
I would make it work on like
So yes, that was your breakfast. I don't know what you ate. Maybe you ate something.
I don't know how often Issa has to recharge, and if she, that might hit her as a fallout eventually.
Eventually, but yeah, time last night to charge, so you're fine. Sometime later in the day, after you are given a bunch of what's the fantasy equivalent of honey buns? Sweet rolls. You're given a stack of sweet rolls.
There we go.
And that's your breakfast. Just a whole fat stack of sweet rolls that you're able to carry around with you all day.
The hell
What
yeah.
is this? Skyrim?
Can't wait to eat all 7
I mean,
within the space of 8 seconds.
they have their own Aelfir. Who are
Today,
worse.
because today in the
kind of shoves like a solid like 4 or 5 of them just into his little dueling box. It doesn't get used for anything else. He just kind of shoves them in there.
yep. The reason why is as you after you make your wonderful ascent up the stairs, I will be nice and not make Quip roll a resist low society roll to walk up the stairs again today.
That's not interesting, yes.
We do this every day. Why do we have to keep rolling for it?
Right. You find out that your exhibits are still closed for quote-unquote renovation.
I mean, sure.
Sure, why not? There is the armor set of the guy that you killed that's currently on display in Quip's exhibit.
What
In
about
Gray's
the
exhibit?
other 3? We know what happened to the other 3.
No. Even if you ask around, no one really has anything to say about it, just casually speaking.
250?
Maybe you dig further, but at the moment, everyone's just kind of not. Either they just straight up don't know, or they're not saying. Hard to say. Right?
I mean, we could dig around for it, but I don't think that's relevant right now.
No, we have other priorities.
Yeah. Especially when one of the little courier doors kind of scampers up to you as you're all kind of like standing outside of where your exhibits should be. Just kind of like, you haven't been given anything to do yet, right? You just kind of showed up for your work's not available. Maybe you could go off and do something else. Courier runs up, breathless. The couriers are always extremely breathless. It's very important that they show up breathless. It's part of the aesthetic, right? You have an invitation for all of the exhibits in Wing K. Is this Wing K? Yeah, that's Wing K. Your exhibits,
What's a
right?
K?
He points up. He points up to like a sign that's like above the doorway to your exhibit, and it has a mysterious, unreadable symbol on it.
Huh. Oh, so that's what that is.
I mean, then the Issa's answer is like, officially, yes.
Oh, good. Yeah, unofficially wouldn't be acceptable. I'd probably get my food deducted again if that happened. Anyway, so here you are. gives out like a pile of, literally just like doesn't hand out the invitations to like individually. The courier just like drops all the pile of invitations into your hands, Issa, gives the stupid little goodbye, sir, salute, and runs off.
Are there actually names on it?
No.
I mean, Issa will let us make use of domain. Issa will take one and hand the rest to Fatil. Without even like a thought.
Of course, my lady. Not in public, fool.
Okay, so what's in the invitation?
Everyone opening it?
Yeah.
On 3. We're doing synchronized opening on 3.
Alright, everybody, here you go.
As you do the nerdy thing and synchronize your openings, I guess. So you know how paper Inspire is normally that kind of off tan color of kind of aged parchment, because fresh paper is hard to get Inspire. So unless you're dealing with like really official paperwork, you're dealing with like the depths of the paper supply most of the time, right?
Scrawled over napkins.
Yeah, stuff like that, right? Where it's obviously been erased, very, very, like, you know, not erased. Like the letters would normally feel like a piece of paper that has been whited out over like a half dozen times as people reuse the paper to send the letters to other people, or like back and forth to each other, right?
A thing that results in way too much information getting out, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, this is a very brand new, fresh piece of paper, and one of the sides is just plain white, and the other side of the piece of paper, the one that presumably has writing on it, is just pitch black.
As in the whole sheet is just black.
Have you ever been in a cave without a light source?
You mean like where you need a flashlight to see where you're going at all?
Where your eyes cannot pick up any lingering light at all, because there is none. It's just the pitches of blacks. That's that half of the
You've never been in a cave where the flashlight actually went out, no.
Yeah,
this
so that's
this seems like it's an excuse to pander towards an advance, is all I'm saying.
I mean, I have one this advance does not actually make hey, Obs.
Read me the advance.
Does the sheet count as absolute darkness?
Read me the advance.
Mark 1 stress to mind or silver and adorn the subject's eyes with sacred spire black. When they close their eyes, they can see in absolute darkness as though the area was well lit.
That piece of paper is pretty fucking dark.
Mark, this is 1 stress per person.
Yeah.
Well, I'm good.
Issa is on. No, it's what Issa has to mark 1 stress per person to herself to give this to everybody.
Well, if you want to read all of them, you can read them.
I think for this, Issa will, before she does this, say, I have an idea, but not here. And just like, changing room? Assuming at least the exhibit might be closed, but you can still like go to the changing room.
The staff area.
Yeah, there was a staff area that was like right behind where if I remember, where we tossed Umber in while they were still passed out. Where a bunch
it's a
of
staff
dirt.
area connecting like right behind your exhibits.
Yeah.
Issa will just be like, hey, we'll just like direct everyone to just go there so they're not standing in the middle of the exhibit room.
Okay.
And then say, I don't know if this is going to work, but I may be able to read this. So she sits down and can we just argue that there's some sort of makeup in this prep room that happens to have Spire Black as a primary
I
component?
mean, considering Umber is a big dumb goth, they probably have some on them.
I mean, Issa's first she'll be like, it's her prep room. She knows where things are. But I'm saying that's what she does. She opens the drawer, pulls out a little tin.
You're full of like compartments, though. Just pull some out.
No, but actually, right now I'm just. Anyways, we have Issa sitting there. She has the stuff, and she looks and then like looks to everyone, just like gestures at the invitations. Can I have those?
Of course. I walked away for a sec. Sorry, what?
I mean, Issa asked for the invitations, and
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd hand mine over. I'm not seeing anything on there otherwise.
so Issa sets things down on like the little table in front of her. Closes her eyes and applies this deep black makeup for her eyelids. Mark me the one. Mark me the one mine. Mark me the one silver, because she's using like resources.
It's mined or silver, right?
Yeah, mark me silver.
Okay. So as
and
Issa...
and like she still has her eyes closed, but she knows where the invitation. Well, when she applies this makeup to her eyelids and says some ancient little prayer, just
think like the Lord's prayer in Middle English, Biscuits.
A grand time.
something we can't even.
Given how awful Middle English is to read.
Yep.
Probably worse. Probably better to hear than it is to read, but no one speaks it anymore, so we don't know. But yeah, and then once she finishes saying it, she can see. Like her eyes are closed, but she can see just fine.
So as
And then she looks down the invitation.
As Issa performs a little bit of blackface, just casually. Just a tiny bit.
Spire Black makeup is kind of a very drow thing. Like, no.
No,
it's
very...
just.
No, I'm not going to ask that question.
Jokes aside, 4 of the letters are just black, as in not darkness. They're just painted black. You can tell that now, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of them. It's the one that was... It's the one that Dawn gave you. That's the one that has a little bit of something on it. The darkness just kind of shimmers away from your sight as you close your eyes, and it just has a single line, just a little sentence. Thank you, Minister. Let me do something to return the favor. And then kind of written in underneath that, like as you're reading it, literally like written on the page as you're reading it, it says,
It appears as she's reading it.
Yes. Meet me in the gift shop. I perhaps in the gift shop.
Isn't that film Banksy made?
I don't.
This
Oh.
this is a very good joke.
I can't believe we're gonna just set this on fire and in Issa's hands.
Explode D6.
He just dies.
This is like legit a film. It's in general.
And
Oh.
meet me in the gift shop. I have something to teach you.
And Issa is going to pick that specific one up and will gesture to Dawn, still with her eyes closed. Like, it looks weird that she's doing this, but gesture at him to come closer. Like,
Don's a little weirded out, eyes still closed. So he's like, all right.
For your ears only. And then she just repeats what it says. And up to this point, I'm like, Issa and the Ministry has not really been like a thing. Not in any. I don't know what she.
Yeah, how much has the party really been exposed to the Ministry?
You told her you were ministers, basically, Dawn. And that's kind of what she was responding to. Your primary exposure to the Ministry was the Firebrand giving you big ol' speeches of hope and fuck the system and the Elfir can burn. Which sounded pretty good, and like, maybe he could have led you out of the museum if you didn't get stuck in permanent solitary confinement forever.
Right.
So Issa's at least like heard this, but like,
yes, you've heard the revolutionary pitch.
Issa's math is the internal question is like she didn't have to. What she asks Dawn is, again, quietly, like really for only two of them to hear. What did you say to her?
What did I say to her? I can't remember how long it was. I believe I made the pitch that she has the ability to continue her work elsewhere rather than dying slowly and without dignity in the pit where she was. I don't know if I ever intimated that we were in fact ministers. I think
so. Maybe she might be working on an assumption here, like who else would do this?
Who else would, seeing the actual temple down there, the associations were made clear, and I think given that we did not sell her out, may have led her to that conclusion.
I mean, okay, I guess you tell Issa this, and
yeah.
She has invited you. Not the rest of us. You.
But everyone here understands the purpose, right? Like they all got the same pitch that Dawn did. They all heard,
Except for Gray.
except for Quip, except for Gray.
But yes, everyone else got the ministry.
I mean, like
pitch.
us, yeah, as us being ministry, sort of like a presumption of the game itself.
So we're
Like, however we got into it isn't really important right now. Like, I have my ideas for Umber, but
yeah,
Essentially,
my idea for Issa is like, no, she has had not a single contact with like the organized ministry to this day. Not yet.
yeah, if it's a matter of
for as far as the ministry is organized, yeah.
for the purposes of for the game to function, the Firebrand, by virtue of his espousing of ideals and like the ministry's revolutionary goals, gave you enough of an in to be neophytes, at least, if you wanted to be at this point, right?
Sure, right.
Well, Issa has not taken them up on any of that stuff yet.
Considering the stuff we have discussed about my gran, she is at least sympathetic.
Oh yeah, no, sympathetic. Like we're very much in the state of like. I'll get into what I'm going for this once you go talk with the Princess of Lombre, actually. But tiny mini spoiler. It doesn't really matter if you were officially in the ministry before. We're gonna have a cheeky little Neo entrance soon.
That's kind of what my assumption was.
But like Issa leaves the option of, does Dawn go alone or does Dawn bring the rest of the party with Dawn?
I was thinking Dawn would just take point going forward. Bring the party along, but take point.
I mean, sure. That's just, she wanted to make sure that like he had the information and could choose.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think bringing the party along would be the option to go for.
And then she's going to fold up all of the invitations. The blank ones she doesn't treat too specially, but the fact that the word minister exists on that note, like Issa understands enough that if anyone outside the party got a hold of that note and somehow deciphered it, they would all be dead. So she takes the actual invitation and
eats it.
Wow.
Can Issa have digestive fluids?
We don't know.
Like, she does have like a garbage disposal, like one of those grindy things you put in your sink for some reason. You fucking
there's a switch on her back that Vitil has to switch anytime she does happen to eat something, and she has to like grind it all out of her.
We still don't know what happens, but she has an open invitation to dinner. That'll be fun. Oh yes. Issa has an open invitation to a dinner with Revengeance in our time. This is just a thing that happened.
I'm gonna have to take you apart at some point and find out where all that shit goes.
All right, yeah. So I think Dawn kind of passes along the information at that point. Kind of lets everyone know that we've got an invitation. I think everyone, sans Gray, would understand that, you know, we have an invitation from our friend that we met over in the arena.
I'm assuming it is not the cultist. I mean, she is a cultist of sorts, but
no, the Zero Lady.
Yeah, I know that was a bit.
Oh! I didn't know it was in character or not.
Yeah, It was not a funny bit, but
I mean, I'm looking at the clock and I'm going like, talking to the priest. It's going to take a bit, and we move things along.
Yes, it's time to let's head over to the gift shop. The most neutral of meeting grounds, the gift shop.
In a
Correct.
museum, yeah, actually, straight up.
Basically sacred ground.
I mean, either
Basically-
that or, I mean, Good Omens has taught me that, like, museum cafes are the prime meeting spots for spies.
I mean, that may yet happen.
Hey, Vatil.
Yep.
What sort of merchandise does Celeste Lune have in the gift shop as you all kind of cycle your way over there?
Glow sticks.
Obviously glow sticks. As for what else? Let's see. I'm thinking temporary tattoos, stenciled handbags, like shitty canvas bags, like totes. That's the phrase. Let's see. The hats haven't been invented yet because we're still waiting on production run for those. We don't have any of the merchandise recovered from the cough off-site storage that a group of people in the works are unwittingly running for me. But we'll have that in soon. What else would be good? Oh, little charms shaped like her. And they're all in like different little poses or emotions, obviously, because every good idol needs a little charms to sell. Something you can hang off of a bag. In great offensive volumes and numbers. So then you know what
I am
talking about.
imagining, like, the Spire equivalent of an Ita bag.
Is there anything
Well,
from any of the-
that's what one of the fans is going to bring at some point.
Is there anything from any of the other exhibits, like any shitty little toys?
Is there the Spire funky equivalent of a game controller for the night exhibit?
No, for the mini submarine display that you see in a bottle. It's called Rivergate. Anyway,
God. And it's one button.
it's one button. It just says go.
Ooh. It just repeatedly repeats that in the fucking the Super
Go,
Smash Brothers.
go. Anyway,
That one.
as you're walking in, passing all the merchandise, there's little. The best way I could describe it is like voodoo doll sonas of the rest of the party. Like the idol gets merchandise that looks like an idol in like a stylized way. Everyone else just gets a little like a step above a paper doll. That's supposed.
So we get Funko Pops, and the idol gets a Nintendo.
No. She gets Funko Pops. We get like trading cards. Really shitty trading cards.
Made out
I
of
do not want
straw.
to. I deny X card Funko Pops.
Okay, we'll make the gulf even wider. Shitty trading cards for us. Back to Nendoroids for 7.
Accepted.
They're actually
How old do you
build
get to
your
see how
own.
much-
They're actually like little Gunpla sets for Celeste Lune. Just build your own idol.
Can I
Oh,
roll a D10 to see how much of Don's merchandise is sold?
Go for it.
How
Yeah.
popular he is?
I am.
Yeah.
It's a D2 for how many pieces have sold out of 100. 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I have one Nendo, and it's a shitpost gift I got from a friend for my birthday.
Can I make just one? Can I also do a roll for fun?
Sure.
Like, what is the stock of Celeste merch
Roll
right
me
now?
a D60. 7.
How many pieces are left? Or how many pieces are left?
Shit.
So that's what, 21 pieces are left? That's not bad.
Okay, I actually need to go. I need to drive my little brother somewhere. I'm going to be gone for the next hour and a half. Pretty sure the session's going to be over by the time I get back.
I will just stick around to do off-session stuff.
Okay.
I will be here in 4 hours to do the rest of the session.
You would do that.
You know me, I would.
I know you all too well.
That's fine, but Batil isn't the most necessary in the upcoming scene, so you're fine.
Oh, good. All right, just pretend someone grabs him off screen and is like, you got to do these ledgers, we're all going to die.
Yeah, your dog needs to go take a shit right now.
That's also me. Oh, boy. All right. I'll be back later if Seven really wants to do off-session stuff. If not, we can do that during the week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care, Fur.
So, Gray, you didn't even... I don't think you've ever seen a gift shop before.
No, I don't believe I have.
I don't think you've seen what this thing is, and you're seeing just little figurines and little keychain things of the idol who just stepped on your neck. With that noise exactly of being a part of it. Thanks, Local, for the reenactment.
Oh, that was unintentional.
Just too funny.
I am very funny, yes.
As Dawn.
Uh-huh.
You know who's currently waiting in line behind a rather oddly dressed drow who's
Covered in flour.
Yeah,
And
it looks like a drow that just kind of got thrown through like a cherry blossom field and is currently paying way too much money for a couple slips of paper.
Uh-huh.
So the person behind that, as this transaction is taking way longer than it really should, is holding the one of your little figurines, your little playing cards, little straw dolls, that you've perhaps ever seen anyone purchase. And it is the just incredibly ancient-looking drow woman who is no longer...
This is fun. Oh god! Wow! It is funny to put that priestess behind this. Oh boy.
She
is probably so angry right now.
This is the real Barbenheimer.
This is the real Barbenheimer right here, baby. Flowers in darkness, let's go. Anyway,
That's just Tumblr. That's just like Tumblr gothist.
So,
I was drinking something when you said that.
The priestess of Lambre is not wearing the outfit of Lambre anymore. She's wearing,
Is she wearing was Celeste t-shirt the only clothing available?
No, she's been given what's essentially the Elfier's idea of drow civilian clothes.
Sounds like janitor outfit.
Just
Get
in
a
a
cage.
bright blue jumpsuit.
They heard blue collar and they took it quite literally.
Yes. Bright blue jumpsuit that does not fit her at all, but she's still wearing it. And she's wearing a corvid ball cap.
What is it called?
Corvid ball.
Which is okay. What does a corvid ball cap look like?
Totally doesn't look like a baseball cap with feathers on the side of it. No, siree.
Now this just brings up more questions that I'm curious about. Are there other Corvid Ball hats in the gift shop?
No.
What's
Did
the,
not get
what's the
this from the
Corvid
gift
Ball
shop.
team?
The team it's an emblem, so you're not really quite sure what its name might
Oh
be.
yeah, it's the logo. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the logo. So the logo of the Corvid Ball hat that you're looking at, it is of a It's not of a Corvid. It's of a very muscly looking cloud rearing back to do like a big old punch.
I see. What era would you consider that if this was translated into a more familiar sport to home? Would you call this like classic Americana, like maybe like back to
The New York Mets.
New York Mets? I see. A strong, muscly cloud, you say?
Yes.
Does it have at least eyes? Does it have the
big
angry
old
eyes?
Yeah, big angry eyes is rearing back to give you like a big old punch. Like you, the person looking at the hat, right?
Uh-huh.
And if you were a fan of Corvid Ball and well aware of its intricacies, it would translate to be about the New York Mets.
Oh, of course, these are the Fightin' Foghorns. Yes. I'm quite familiar.
The Fightin' Foghorns. That's the Corvid Ball team.
From what district are they?
I mean, Foghorn is...
That's industry, so they're from the works probably, right?
Yeah, either... I mean, it could also be the dogs.
Nah, I like the works. Fighting foghorns, fighting to the fog to horn you up. Anyway,
Okay.
I am glad we got this absolutely necessary piece of lore in there.
Please write me up a rule set for Corvid Ball local. Throw it in the chat GPT for me. We're gonna need to post it to the Spider Discord. Yes.
No.
Fine, then write it manually. I don't care. Anyway, so
is required.
Whether it's how it's written, I don't care. I was giving you the easy way out. So this Corvid Ball baseball cap, which is, it's just like white, grayish cloud emblem, and the hat color itself is like bright green.
Okay.
It's the most unfitting outfit you could possibly imagine for this Priestess of Lambre.
Everything is clashing, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Including the person in front of her.
Yeah, what sort of drow wears like springy flowers? Fucking cringe.
Yeah. Who the fuck would do that? What a disgrace.
I think as I kind of saunter up alongside them, I didn't know you were a sports fan.
And in front of you, you hear this. By the sister, why is this taking so long?
Sorry!
And
the fucking vendor
priestess
says,
is like, what the fuck are sports?
I mean, the priestess should be more interested by what the drow in front of her just said.
Yeah, the Priestess of Lambre just kind of does this old granny leaning closer to you. And well, the folk nowadays are interested in so many things I never even imagined. Totally not making a racist comment about the lady in front of her.
No, that's deserved.
She's leaning into the I am the sweet old grandma aesthetic, right?
Yeah. And it's kind of one of those deals where it's like, oh yeah, the times are moving so quickly nowadays. Technology, culture, it's all moving very fast.
Yes.
I don't understand what these young people are talking about anymore.
What the fuck is a Riz? Anyway.
No.
Not there is. And the vendor, the gift shop employee just kind of like pops her head up from the back. She's like, sorry, yeah, I don't know how to break like 100 queen coins. Like, I have to ask my manager for more money. Bye. Kind of dips her head down.
100 queens. All right. Didn't we explicitly have like something a long time ago where it's like we have never seen this much money in the same place before?
Yeah, and this person is currently
but,
just trying.
Out of character. Spoiler. You're looking at an end game Azurite.
That'll do it.
Yep, and the endgame Azurite has dropped 100 queen
Solid
coin.
Queen.
Whatever the fuck that is. You've seen a queen coin before, maybe, Biscuits. You don't know what the fuck 100 queen coin could possibly be.
Nope.
Well, Sunny.
Issa is... I mean, Issa is also like... This is an interesting thing to see for her as well, but she's keeping her mouth shut.
Yeah, it's almost as if you're looking like at a past self.
Not even that. Or at the yes, in a meta way.
Yeah.
The kinship of
I ain't got a goddamn clue. Don's got no clue. It's like, oh shit, that's a lot of money.
This is an inch. Yeah. Okay.
Someone's bringing bonds over here to the gift shop, asking for pennies. So I think, yeah, after that, kind of, Don knows, like, well, it looks like, and I'm assuming that it's just the group that's currently been mentioned that's in the gift store, right?
Yeah, no, there's no one else in the shop.
Uh-huh. So, with that, Don kind of take a quick glance around, says, so, what can I do for you?
Oh, Sonny, after I purchased this cute little doll here, I was wondering if I could ask you lot a few questions.
Well, I think we have some time here at the end of the day. It is it's in the middle of the day, right? We just kind of got up from breakfast here.
Yeah, your day has just started, and you just didn't have any work to do.
Yeah, we have an unexpected hole in our schedule, so we'd be happy to answer some of your questions.
Oh, that's good to hear, Sonny. Now, if you want to be so kind, can you ensure that progressive liberal woman in front of us gets her little knickknacks and things?
And taking a glance around there, does anyone else have an idea of how to hurry this situation along so that we don't have extended period of breaking change for one gold coin? One queen would have worked. One single queen would have worked, but there's 100 on the desk there.
Yeah, this is
You can
like
try mugging them.
No, it's still one coin. It's just 100 queen coin.
Oh, it's 100 queen
this is
variant of it.
Yeah, this is like purchasing.
This is like walking
purchasing
in
a lollipop with a €500 bill.
Most places won't even let you do.
No, it's like literally only between banks that kind of stuff gets even circulated with.
Yeah, I mean, I have some gas station stories.
But yes, so this fucking actual bank coin, not like a real currency coin, a bank coin, has been dropped on this poor gift shop vendor's desk, and they're desperately trying to find any amount of money to break this with.
How much was the thing that this nice lady was trying to buy?
Oh, like 2 sten.
2 sten?
Yeah, because they're replicas of stuff like some letters or something. I don't know.
That's barely worth sneezing about.
Yeah. You could
Is
probably
alright.
pull together
Well,
like
I mean-
two.
We could probably
do-
pull
do-
together 2 stead from all of us. We've
Do
still got our
we-
wages, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, we can. I'm trying to think if I have to actually play the character this time. God. I mean, this. Do you talk to this Drow?
Yeah.
No talk, only resolve.
I mean, she'll look behind you and that. I have to just. What do you say?
I think it'd be, like, oh, hello, madam. I think if you'd be willing, we might be able to cover you for the small amount of change that this would take. Don't want to take up any more of your valuable time during the day.
And this Drow, it's just say that she's this flowery dressed Drow. Turns to looks back at you, then turns properly and says, "You know, maybe I will take you up on that offer. This I clearly caught this poor establishment off guard."
It is a little hard, speaking from experience, to break some change down sometimes. You know how shortages are for the smaller side of things. So I think Don might just rifle around in his pockets, kind of looking past the mothballs and everything else to find like 1 sten on there. It's like, anyone else just want to do the 1 sten?
Imagine having silver resistance. But yeah, I'll chip in. I don't think it's even like a coin. I think it's like dangling from like one of my many earrings, and I just sort of unclip it and I like flick it towards Dawn.
Yeah, it's like a tenth of a sten, but you could probably sell that, right?
Yeah, sure.
I don't
I
know
might
what a
even
tenth of a
slip-
sten looks like, but sure.
I might even slip in like one of my chocolate coins as well.
Perfect.
I guess that is technically like a religious object, but I feel like it's very in the spirit of Dave to like give it away to pay for a stranger.
Yeah.
Yeah, so slip that on there, and I think I think this will cover it here. I'll let them know that we covered you.
I mean, at this point, she'll just be like, "No, this." She turns back to the counter and just a little bit loudly says like, "Excuse me."
What?
Well, these good people here seem to have helped us out of our predicament. And she puts down smaller denomination coins. And
Thank the lady above. Thank the lady above. I was gonna lose my head over this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who's your queen back? No idea what to call 100 queen coin.
It might as well be foreign currency for how frequently it's seen.
Can I do a suggestion?
Sure.
Call it a crown.
It's an empress.
I mean, yeah, you know what? Yes, I agree with this.
This poor deckhand tier gift shop vendor still has no fucking idea what it's called.
Yeah, but I have made the lore call to call it an empress.
I mean, sure. Sia will just like take the coin back, and then she has the letters all neatly packed in their fake old envelopes.
Yeah, one of them has like a Malik burn on it. Like they try to put the Malik out in the corner of the envelope.
Mm. And she puts this away in her she opens one side of her robe to just put the letters away, and the inside of this robe is blue, like azurite blue, or no, not even. It's as blue, but like sky blue, not the deep azurite blue.
Ascended blue.
Blue plus.
And she steps out
Heretic
of
blue.
She steps out of the way of the priestess, and I will have to repay this favor at some point.
Oh no, Missy. Just the only favor I need to know from you is for you to give all your prayers to our moon above.
Is this the priestess? And
yes.
I'm saying that out loud.
Yes.
And Sia has this look of she's not upset, but she's just like intrigued. And
yeah, no, Don. Go ahead.
Is there like anywhere to sit down in this gift shop, or like?
God, no! Gift shops don't have like seats.
No,
all the seats are outside of the gift shop.
Sure, she will. And if she'll ask, like, to Dawn, like, when you're done with your business in here, will you have a moment? I'll be right outside.
Okay. And I think with that, it's the rather. Mm-hmm. So the rather progressive lady has made her way out. We still have the it was the Durer, right, who was attending the front desk there?
Yeah, there's a Durer attending the front desk, and as you kind of shuffle up, as the old lady shuffles up next to you, she just kind of like puts the little doll on the desk and goes, "Hi there, Missy. Could you please tell me how much this is?" And the vendor goes like, okay, yeah, that's gonna be like 30 sten.
This is more expensive than I was thinking, quite frankly. That's a ripoff. Those are museum prices, after all. That's a ripoff.
Yeah. Yep.
Genuine question: are all our dolls the same price, or is there like a difference?
Oh, there's a wild difference between the prices that I will not tell you because it's funny for you to guess. There is actually a new edition of the Night Doll card thing. The Sir Grey edition. It's brand new.
And I think Dawn clearly wants to have like a little bit of privacy for talking whatever needs to be talked about here. So he's going to do a very, not quite the "can I see the manager," but it's more of the other day as I was passing through here, I saw that there was something from the Firebrand exhibit. There was, just like a little flag that was coming about. I didn't see it anywhere. Can you check in the back for me? That shit does not exist. They threw all that out. But no, can you check in the back, Forty?
Knowing retail, they're probably gonna check anyway just to keep you happy.
Or to sit in there for like 5 solid minutes.
I am not joking. I have done that. Like I don't think it's there, but I can check. Just chills there, pretending I'm looking really hard.
Oh yeah, just to go back there and have an excuse to goof off, or because they even dared to ask you, is it in the back? It's never in the back. Fuck you, I'm taking my time.
Yeah, exactly.
There's just that malicious glee that you only see in retail workers when they have the opportunity to do something for once. Oh yeah, of course. I think I know what you're talking about. It may take a little bit. I think it might be like really deep in the back stocks, but I should be able to get back to you in just a minute if we have it.
Well, please and thank you if you could do it sooner rather than later. I'm like really laying on the bitchiness thick too.
Oh, he's going full
waiting.
Karen. Full
Yeah.
Karen.
Exactly.
And off the vendor goes.
I have shared the sheet of this character so that you can see.
That's a lot of advances there.
Endgame,
Yeah,
baby.
this endgame. This is also, I should say, the campaign that the Demihawk was from.
Yes.
She and this character actually kept my character from exploding somewhat sooner than he eventually did.
I used an advance that is supposed to be a weapon as the exact opposite of that. Yeah. This character went only really hurt one person, but he totally, absolutely deserved it.
Yup.
And so as the vendor lady kind of happily scampers off into the back, making sure to close the door behind her and everything, right?
And you hear the lock. I'd like to imagine you hear the lock too. Like, yep. I am not coming out.
Good for her.
As, hey, Gray.
Yes?
You know how normally gift shops are pretty well lit so you can, like, see all the merchandise?
Are you asking me, the player, or me, the character who doesn't know what a gift shop is?
You, the player.
Okay. Alright.
And you know how, like some exhibits have little spotlights on them to like really emphasize, hey, you should buy this like $200 book on art.
There's one thing highlighted specifically.
No,
no things?
No things are highlighted specifically because Gray, you just kind of like, I kind of like to imagine Gray just being kind of dragged along this whole time, no idea what the fuck is going on. Right? Just like, I'm here.
Scared little child.
Scared little baby child. And
about to get inducted into terrorism. Does not know it yet.
To be fair, he probably did a terrorism all on his own.
He's a knight. He is here. He has been up to shit.
So Gray, this kind of it's most striking from your perspective because you've been kind of hanging back, right? Not really engaging with like this weird old woman and this weirder spring worshipping drow woman thing. As I assume you would kind of like looking at the exhibits around just to see if there's anything worth looking at, right? And it's kind of one of those moments where as you're kind of like panning your eyes past one of those displays of all the spotlights, and then you kind of look past it and you're like, okay, well, whatever. I don't really give a shit about like the little silly string version of a idol, whatever that is. And as your eyes are like panning back over, you kind of like look past the thing with spotlight, stop, look back to it. All of the colors are gone. It's just like desaturated. All of the lights as you're like looking around the room, in perhaps growing confusion, whatever you feel like, are just getting sepia and then like black and white, and then like all of the color in the room just gets sucked away. Because you know how the Priestess of Lambre was wearing all these like really obnoxiously colored clothes that clashed horribly?
Yeah.
Don?
Mm-hmm.
You see...
All that gets kind of into grayscale.
Yeah, no, as they fade into grayscale, you see that they're actually perfectly tonally consistent with each other, with the color drained out of them.
Ooh.
And so within this these this jumpsuits with this hat, and you see that she has these weird mini heeled shoes that you weren't really paying attention to before. Within this grayscale look, you see patterns within the jumpsuit that showcase the emblem of Lombre specifically. Almost in photo negative mode, you're seeing this as the shutters are,
or
as the color,
it.
as the light, the color of the light is just sucked out of the room. You see this prominent symbol of the emblem of Lombre just kind of arcing up her jumpsuit, from the bottom of her leg up and across her chest and down across her back, kind of like a wing, kind of. It's a weird thing to describe. And she turns to you, Dawn, and Gray, and
Issa
Umber,
is also here.
and especially Issa.
I mean, Issa, when she see that same little prayer she said to activate the advance, she's probably saying it now.
Notably, you don't need to, Issa. Because it's doing everything, it's to the point where, you can tell that the light in the room is just gone, right?
No, I mean, she's just saying, she's not the ability, she's saying just the words, because...
Yeah, I know. But still, for everyone else, you can tell that, it's something visceral to you as Drow. This kind of speaks to you, where you're in total darkness right now, but you can still see just fine. In this grayscale version of the shop, right?
Yeah.
And she turns to you and looks this is the priestess on Lombre, looks over all of you. You may know me as Nathalina. I believe I introduced myself as that before. I've been doing some research into all of you. Don Quixotic, Umber Rivelosa, Isolde, what other name you feel like going by today. And a Sir Gray, the newest addition to your little crew. I see your Vatil Staris is also not here. That's fine. We can catch him up later. I have a proposition for the 5 of you. At least. And any other closely held allies that you may have in this museum. I see that you are trapped here. Imprisoned for crimes you may have committed, but Our Lady would have more than forgiven in our time. In my time. So, a proposition, if you would.
What does this proposition entail?
Allow me to indoctrinate you, to accept you into the grace of Lombre herself. Allow me to guide you into the shadows where its secrets and its knowledge will grant you absolution and, if we play our cards right, freedom from this dollhouse you found yourselves in.
I think upon hearing freedom in particular, that's something that Don resonates with. He kind of, full breath, straightens his back, gives a stern look into Nathalina's face there. Kind of glances back at everyone else to see what their opinion is of the matter.
I mean,
Issa has...
Carry on.
There is some level of conflict in Issa, but not about the freedom, but her expression probably changed earlier. The whole, oh yeah.
You would have been forgiven for your stab before, Constance.
And but she says that.
No, just narrative.
It sure would be hilarious if she did, but
she's done her research. She hasn't been with
she's
you
not that
the
good.
Journey. Yeah.
I think after she takes another breath, she goes, "There is a life I would live outside these walls." And nods.
Gray, Umber.
I am more than certain that. Sorry. I am more than certain that my lady would not oppose me also being in service to another. I'm in.
Gray.
Gray is suspicious, but wants to see where this goes.
This is the kind of stuff that even Gray would know. Like, if an Aelfir heard this, basically the entire city block the museum is in would cease to exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like a great crime.
This is the great crime of all the great crimes.
This is the crime.
This is S tier crime. This is like if we
style crime.
If we only thought the word grace, we would be shot.
I guess it's more like, as a knight, I have to go, wait, hold the fuck up, right? Much to consider.
Feel free to voice your concerns. This is not an easy choice for any of you, and it's unfortunate that your Azurite is not here for you all to discuss it together, but I can't hold you here for long. But there's enough time for us to discuss.
It is only fitting that in a story taking place in a museum, our Magister is a literal remnant of the past.
I mean, I guess we are really disconnected from the actual organized ministry.
I mean, so is every other cell.
But we're even more disconnected, as in they don't know we exist.
Yeah, we're retro, baby.
We're the actual grassroots, so.
I think Don has kind of taken it internally. He voices it that, so long as he can pursue freedom and prestige on his own terms, he's in for whatever is coming forward. He's tired of being humiliated. And whatever he knows comes across of this, it's better than being at the bottom of the dreg heap with no way to retaliate, with no way to respond.
Even if it does end up going completely wrong, committing this crime and ending up dead or even worse, I think if pulled off right, this is the kind of thing that could lead to Gray becoming the stuff of legends.
Well, that is the kind of energy we have to go for.
That is the night.
Knights have to have big aspirations.
My understanding is that the energy of the night is fuck it, we ball.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we ball.
Corvid ball, obviously.
Fuck it, we Corvid ball, baby.
We Corvid ball, baby.
I've made up my mind. Go big or go, well, back to the cage.
I would not be surprised if there was a part of all of you that would rather play it safe by watching the shadows dance on your cage's walls. But I'm glad to hear you've been not quite so broken enough to not want something from
I
yourself.
have not played it safe for a day in my life.
Perhaps we should temper some of your energy.
Then the Issa will cut in with, perhaps we should. Because the bound has indeed caused problems.
We've
Grace,
had our share of tribulations, it's true.
Grace is a funny thing. Tribulations and conflicts and disorganization. These are all things the Elfir are instilling into you. I've seen with my few days above ground. I've been reaching out, watching them discuss, watching how they treat our fellow drow here. Seeing how they speak of the drow below us on the lower levels. Seeing how just tomorrow, in fact, our wonderful performer here is going to be sent up into the middle of a war zone to dance and sing as the bullets fly around her.
I know exactly what. I showed Ob the show that opened with doing this, yes.
And so good. I will not let you down. I will not let you lie down and be beaten to a pulp over and over and over again. Especially by those militant fucking scum who call themselves mercenaries? Even mercenaries is too good of a term for them.
Children with guns.
And so, go ahead.
It has been a very delicate dance we've had to do to navigate their good graces.
They have no grace in their blood. All they know is greed and pandering and power. And with my help, and with the assistance of this ministry who have, in my time away, grown rather prolific, if my feelers are anything to indicate by. We could perhaps get a bit of power for ourselves, steal it from those above us who'd be willing to squash us under their thumbs for their vanity, especially revengeance upon lost eras. Oh, his arrogance.
A very casual, just like evil cackle.
Yeah, casual.
I mean, he had the instructions for what artifact we were looking for came from him, and we did succeed. We found the thing. The museum does not have it.
Mm-hmm.
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 Perhaps it would be fitting for you to grant me the name for you to refer to me as, since I am merely an old lady, as a guest at this museum, being toured around the sites that these Elfir children are partaking in. Do you know the rules of Corvid Ball?
I might just name you as Magi.
I made a suggestion.
Have you seen young, strapping drow riding on the backs of untamed birds, charging at each other with sticks, pretending to be lances at one another? That's Corvid Ball. A suicidal dash for the entertainment of Elfir youths and children.
Oh shit! I did remember reading something about this.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a thing. I forgot.
This is the thing we have. Oh, I've never actually used that.
Magi's good.
Magi's good.
Yeah, I like Magi.
Miette. It's Miette. Anyway,
you
you harm Miette. You stomp on Miette's pride. Anyway.
Do you think this was the... So, it's one question.
Sure.
Do you think that back in Constance's time, only one of these titles existed?
Oh, yeah, no, obviously Magi's the only one that exists.
I just wanted to clarify our past lore, yes.
Mm-hmm. Women go big. Anyway. And I see you in those Corvid Ball players running amok amongst yourselves. I've seen the effects, the aftermath of your little adventure in the museum the other day. It's such a shame that poor girl was devoured. And all they did was write her out of the contract and pay a fee to the Durance bureaucracy.
And they're arguing for longer durances nowadays. It's never gonna end.
Yes, like this specific bit where if there was something that tipped Issa over the edge against the hog, it's really just that someone died that absolutely did not have to. And the museum didn't care.
How much they paid for her?
Clearly not enough.
An insulting amount, I'm sure.
1.267610.
In that case, I am going to stab each and every one of them 1.2676 times.
Patience, little one. Your fury will have its time. For now, though, we are under-equipped, and though I've had the opportunity to get some information from here, our connection to the rest of the Spire is rather limited, to say the least.
Meanwhile, there's someone outside the door that is sitting patiently. She has no idea what's really going on in there.
She's like
and
reading a comic.
When she's reading one of the letters that she's reading one of the things she bought. And like, yes, connection to the rest of the Spire. Well, she's sitting out there.
Yeah, but she's lame. And also like a flower fucker, so who cares?
Yeah.
I think Don's a little curious because he knows that there's someone who's got some form of connection to the outside world. It's like, are you familiar with the man in the wall?
She just...
She's just confused.
No. Her eyes lock on to you.
Does she look to a spot on the wall?
No.
Oh, hi, Juan.
She has more confidence in what she's doing than that. She looks at you, Don, kind of straight in the eye and goes, "A useful peddler, perhaps, for a while. But do you really think he would put his neck out for anyone else? Look at how well he's entrenched himself in this institution. Do you think he cares
Her argument
about you?
is he's become part of the problem.
A tool, to be sure, but something that can be used.
Yes. If you can get him and not be undercut by his techniques later. He's made off with quite the prize, I've heard."
Much to Va's frustration, yes.
Regardless, allies within this institution may be fleeting, if only because its incentives are more powerful for some than the alternative. I'm sure you're aware, especially you, Sir Knights, about how the accommodations here are quite the step above of anywhere you could have lived in your sorry little life. She doesn't say that to insult, more stating the obvious, right?
I mean, where is this knight from?
Where are all the knights from?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from Perch, according to that nerd. But
Yeah, the Perch Knights.
yeah, legendary Knights of Perch.
In the new Heaven Bound.
Yeah, because like, what does look worse, Perch or the North Docks?
They're both pretty shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
The North Docks is probably a bit better now, but I don't know, Quip, how lucky do you think Ray's been in his life? Quippity dippity, no!
The silence of the quip.
Sorry, I had to get up real quick. What did I miss?
Have you ever in Gray's life had a break that wasn't I'm continuing to try to make the best of my life in this shithole that I've been born into.
A break?
Yeah.
Good luck. Or just has anything ever gone well?
Shit, I don't think it has. I think Gray's life has been one booze-induced task after the other, with breaks to go to a bar and drink some more, try to suppress the the pain.
And what do you
Yeah,
think?
like
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, Umber grew up in a fucking slum, but at least they had like support, a cool family.
Yeah.
Gram.
And here you get 2 hot meals a day, a real bed, real privacy, real, perhaps affirming work if you're into that kind of thing, and real health benefits.
Meanwhile, internally, Issa is going and comparing the Aelfir treatment of Drow to the Star's treatment of Drow, and her internal calculus is going, we have to be careful not to become the same problem.
We're gonna make Spire great again. Anyway.
Gray considers it almost too good to be true. Gray's life, he's pretty much lived hand to mouth. If you guys know what that means.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have never heard that expression before, but I can take a guess.
Yeah.
You have nothing, no resources, no nothing. You just,
You take that chicken by the neck and you take a fucking bite out of it.
Like, despite being a knight, or perhaps because of it, he pretty much has only known fighting to survive. Everything else is more of a formality. All the titles, all the armor, the weapons, really has just been adding on to that essential core mindset of just fighting to survive.
And here you are in a place where if you don't want to, you don't have to fight another day in your life. You can put on a show for the kids here and there, sure, but you never have to, gut someone of the little bit they got so you can make it through another day.
No, you get to kill people for absolutely stupider reasons. Because someone else said so.
Because they made
Nothing I'm not used to.
Mad. But other than the occasional bout of violence, you don't have to fight to survive in here, right? That's the point the Priestess of Lombre is making. Your basic needs are... in character. Sorry, one second. Your basic needs are taken care of. And when your basic needs are taken care of, why would you care about your lack of freedoms? Many of the Durers here, I am to understand, were on a bit of a... what did the vile woman call it? A bender? Sometime last week. And even when they were out above my old church, even when they had the opportunity to flee and make a life of their own, even when they had no real reason to follow along, they still all came back here. Because freedom for them is too terrifying of a concept to accept. Are you going to back down at the thought of risk for something you can hold with your own 2 hands?
That almost sounds like everything Grace ever wanted in life.
That's how they get you.
I've been suffering to find some form of dignity for my entire life, and it's not been any easier here. I'm willing to try something new to get that.
So, there's a parallel that's developing that I have to say it because remember what was said in the dream world when Constance did the stabbing.
Yeah.
Where it was like, what was her wording? Like, took their freedom?
Yeah.
And well, now she's seeing this here, and it's just she understands where those words. She understands where those words were coming from now.
For a bit of clarity, for Quip's sake, right? In the dream realm, where they kind of got sucked into the memory of the fall of the Star's Empire, when the Yisin family,
the Yisin queen, or
the Yisin peasant leader who turned into the queen, was showcasing this weird dreamscape as having like a one-on-one fight between herself and like the Queen of Stars, the drowned queen, the evil occultic queen, right?
Last one.
The last one. And this was supposedly the fight that killed her. But Constance, Issa, in a fit of loyalty, charges in, murders the Yisin, and the Yisin basically
like one hit.
Yeah, with one big hit. And the Yisin basically goes with her last breath, you took away our freedom, our chance. And here's this priestess of Lombre simply saying, you can get your freedom with your own two hands if you let me help you. If you help me, if you accept Lombre into your life as your guiding hand.
And Issa is just... She's so... She uniquely was on... She has seen both sides of a conflict like this. She has seen the one side and the other. And in some stupid way, the answer she comes to is like, there is no right answer. Both sides are going to want their freedom. And only one can have it.
Would you prefer to give up your freedom to these snow elves? And let their vanities guide you, let their whims dress you as they would, to let their petty desires and petty squabbles define what you can be for the rest of your lives? You! Bound! Do you know the plans that they had for you that I would have the opportunity to overhear?
No.
Oh, I wouldn't expect so. Why would they discuss things with their exhibits? See, they had a problem with you and your behavior. Particularly because they found you too showy. They found your exhibit too expensive to maintain. They found your adherence to that rifle of yours too distasteful for the children. And do you know what they were considering making you into instead?
I do not wish to know, but I do want to know what to avenge.
They were going to force you into the guise of a Lejean, of a follower of our glorious lady.
With all due respect to the lady, I could not do that. And they like sort of like absent-minded. They toy like, I think it's the thing hanging from their left earlobe, and I think it's like, it might be really old, but I think that is like the primary dangle they have for Dave.
Yeah, it's an entire sewing machine.
It is. No, it's not in their left earlobe. It's under Dave.
Yes.
Duh.
The Daith and the Daith. And thumbing the ancient piercing, a piercing that you could probably find on this priestess herself, actually. Similar into style, location, etc.
Mm-hmm.
She turns to you, Gray, and goes, "And you, Sir Knights, you know what plans they had for you after your explosive entrance?"
Is explosive entrance?
Your disruptive entrance, however you would like to describe it. They were speaking in terms of explosions. I know not why. Their idioms are strange to me. I can only follow them for so long with the blessings I can give upon myself to hear them. But for your little display the last couple of days, I suppose, they were expecting you to have angered your little guards enough to be beaten to death in your sleep by the end of the week. And with your pulverized corpse, they would have pulled it up to the display, and our Don Quixote here would be forced to give you a gruesome autopsy for all to see. So everyone can understand exactly why knights are born for nothing but violence. Do you feel you're only a being of violence, my little drow?
This question makes Gray very uncomfortable because part of him wants to say yes, but outwardly he would say no.
Is it the part of him that understands that saying yes to that question is a bad thing?
Yeah. It's bad in more ways than one.
In the plans for the Azurite and the Mortician Executioner, to my understanding, were simple enough. You two were essential in funding our performers' rise to greatness.
Much to my chagrin, there's plenty else that was heaped on my plate, and it never ever gets any lighter.
Morticians are known for their proficiency in bureaucracy, I'm led to understand.
For better and for worse.
Do you think these Elfir here really want to do paperwork to keep you in line? When they can instead bury you in thousands and thousands of worthless pages. You think doing things in triplicate is obnoxious? Oh, the forums, I've seen them cooking up in their meeting halls. And so, with this in mind, I hope you understand why I am willing to work with you in gathering enough support and strength and subversion to put ourselves into a position to leave this place in dust.
To leave this place better than we found it.
Or just leave.
I would settle for leave. Kind of just shuffle the collar around my neck again.
But, as you are well aware, we cannot simply make a grand escape. And we cannot simply fight our way out of here. As the little display yesterday more than explained. and showed off. I don't think they finished defrosting those nights yet.
There is clearly much work to be done.
And so, for now, do your duty as technically as you can. I've been made to understand that you will, at some point, perhaps at the end of the day, perhaps tomorrow, be given a dossier of what you will be looking for up in New Heaven. Be aware, your handler does not know what she looks for. All they have are rumors. Something about a grand carrion beast of old. I think she may simply be obsessed with the hog that nearly took her head. So, I care not about what you do with the artifacts and the peoples of the New Heaven. Carrion priests are not our people now. Unfortunately, you may have to continue to collaborate and act as an Elfir May towards our own people. And I give you absolution for this crime. The lady will forgive us. Do you know why?
Do tell.
Because our freedom, your freedom, is a small step towards the freedom of every single drow in this blasted tower. The longer you are here in this exhibit, the longer you're on display, the longer the rise of this idol is plunged into the minds of every drow that you can see and hear when walking down the streets. The more you are the epitome of what it means to be a drow in the eyes of Elfir and our own people in the entire world over. What reason would our youth and our children and their children's children have to step out of line? You are the your example, are you not? You are the Mortician Executioner. You are the Bound. You are the Knight. You are the Idol. How could they aspire to be any better than you? Pathetic little mind game, if you ask me, but...
I don't know how much change we might be able to effect. But settling for revenge doesn't sound half bad either.
Isa has a little thoughtful moment of just saying, I've seen where that leads. This is not the first. Then Isak actually continues with just like, this is not the first resistance of the drow, and it will not be the last.
Brazilian
the opponent is different.
They are.
Now Isa will, in fact, continue even more of. The opponent has changed. We've done this to ourselves before.
Freedom's a fickle thing. It's never given out equally. But I cannot tell you how you will progress in your path ahead. I, unfortunately, am just an old woman gobbling down pills to keep her from falling asleep one final time. But I can give advice, and I can do my best to gather information for you. But what I need for you to do is to find me allies outside of these walls. Whether they be of this new ministry, whether they be of other disenfranchised folk that are willing to listen to our cause, whether they are simply greedy assholes we can use in our time of need. We need allies, and you may need to kill their enemies to get them on side.
And then Issa might also say just... Wouldn't be the first time I had to do that.
So, ask your questions if you must. Name me if you must. We are not ministry as those you may meet would know it. But we will have the blessing of Lombre ourselves in our own way. And if you find ministers and followers of our Red Lady and the Lejans of the decrepit cathedrals of this land standing in your way, well, I can't hold your hand through everything now, can I?
I think I am playing up Gran Gran as like basically this old witch lady, so I think, and like she taught Umber a fair share. I am gonna get those Gringo advances one day. I think Umber makes some kind of like ancient signal at her. They may not know what it means, but Gram taught it to them nonetheless.
Is it ancient and the Issa would know it? Ancient way or older?
I don't know, but I do. I mean, I like Umber doesn't know, but the player knows that it is like a hand signal followers would do, like of the of like or hidden mistress specifically. It's like basically the sign of the cross, but for Lombre. And they make it to like almost as like a greeting or confirmation, and they nod. And I don't think they even know exactly what they just did.
Is this the
But
same?
Magi sure as hell knows.
Is this the same gesture that you made when you did your little surprise infiltration the first time into that room where we met Nathalina?
Oh yeah, for sure. I forgot I did that. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, this is something Issa would know.
Like it's basically, I feel like Umber like might have like gotten some of the traditions as like handed down. I may not know the full weight, but they do know they are traditions.
Yeah, Issa, it's totally a hand sign that's like, alright, baby, let's bug. No.
No. Seriously, though.
Very hedge witchy.
It's corrupted.
So I mean, like, it got passed down, and
Yeah.
when things get passed down, they change.
They're personalized, right? But, like, the core of the gesture is something you are somewhat familiar with.
He is not the biggest religion person.
not only are you not the biggest religious person, you're also not very big on like the upper echelons of the religions.
Yeah, no. That's stuff other people did.
Like, Don, you've heard rumors of oracles.
Sure.
The head of the Church of Our Hidden Mistress. Oracles, they go by many names. I think Oracle is the main one the book says. It's probably the other ones.
Yeah, it's probably that sounds right.
One's at the top that no one ever sees.
This is... It's a bit of reverence to specifically an oracle that one might give when receiving her fortune.
So that's something I might have picked up during, not necessarily during my studies within the necropolis itself, but maybe something picked up from one of the lesser stalls lining Choke that he traversed down day after day.
Yeah, I think that's where you got it from. The fortune-telling aspect itself. Whether, like, it being used in this context for Issa especially gives it a lot more weight, but Don, it seems like it's something that Drow just do, kind of culturally, without really understanding what it means nowadays.
We have the thumbs up gesture, and most people don't care to remember like where that came from.
Exactly. You're just putting your fingers up in a V and like licking between. Anyway,
Yeah, well.
Important swerves are important. Anyway, so the Priestess of Lambre, Nathalina, Magi. Oh, I'm no fortune teller. The oracles of all my day all faded long, long ago, but there may still be one yet. If the ministry is still an entity that exists in this modern era. And perhaps what you need to escape this Archaeo penitentiary. Archaeo penitentiary. Is the blessings of an oracle of our hidden mistress. Perhaps there's another way, but that would be the sort of blessing and luck that may be required to change your fortunes and leave this blasted place behind. She's been giving like a pretty big speech for this old of a woman. And you could just see all the energy just drain out of her after that final line.
Mm-hmm.
She just like... She just kind of crumples into herself in a way that only the very old can do. Where before you were seeing like perhaps her in her prime, right? Like boastful,
straight back, all that.
Yeah, all whatever the fuck you felt at whenever the speech was ongoing, unless you hated it, in which case you're wrong. No, she just kind of crumples in on herself and just returns to being the old woman again.
Does all the
color come back?
Yeah, I was about as she crumples. Yeah, as she crumbles, color begins to return to the space. You still have a moment to say something before it like goes away, but it's fading.
I mean, okay. Issa does have Issa does have a question. I guess she doesn't have much time to get right to it. And when was your time?
Oh. I was a neophyte, perhaps. "20 years before the Elfir came. They locked us in our churches. And I was told to tend to the shadows. And so I did. I was zealous for a long time, but when the wrinkles first showed, that's when my resolve began to crack.
Time. Oh, I was telling what's the timeline for when the whole Drowned Queen stuff happened?
Drowned Queen stuff is maybe like 400, 300-ish years
And
ago.
the Aelfir showed up when?
Like
200, right?
200, 250.
So Issa's question would be like ancient history even to this woman.
Yeah, no, she's very pro, like, the Yisin kingdom. A lot of how she was kind of speaking in the leaning into the tenets of freedom, especially, is very Yisin in terms of, like,
So when
ideology.
Issa said stuff about like she's seen where this can go, well, I mean the other thing Issa would ask is just they do not care to give us our history. Even to you, this will be a question from before your time. But perhaps records in your time were a little more, shall we say, reliable than what we have to work with now. What I have to work with now.
She kind of blearily blinks her eyes at you.
Her question is just like, what was? Did we come up with a name? Did the Yisin also call her the Drowned Queen, or what the name?
The Drowned Queen is very much like what the Drow culture referred to her as.
Yeah, exactly. And I
So
don't think it is like wildly known that she's like the old Yisin queen, but that like you can put that together from like stuff in the books.
I mean, but Issa's question is more like.
So no, you don't know if that she's an interdimensional eel waifu, I guess.
Eel waifu aside, Staris, the Drowned Queen as a Staris, as a person, is just the Drowned Queen. Her name is just...
So, Issa's probably like one of the few people left alive who knows what her name is.
Yep.
In your time, what did they say happened to the Drowned Queen?
Her eyes kind of squint at you a little bit. It kind of bites her lip, gnaws on it a bit. There was a belief. Something I, as a young girl, never paid much mind to, but there is a belief among the noble families, the Desterans especially, that the Drowned Queen would return and rule anew.
And Issa has the whole Issa immediately goes to. They created a mechanism to back up memories because that's the thing that lets Issa exist. And well, obviously that's what they would use that for. It's she doesn't say this, but that's what's going through her head.
How or when, I couldn't say, and I don't believe it ever came to pass, but that was the zeitgeist of the time, in the years and the decades before the invasion. And after that, it was the shattering of peoples.
And in this case, Issa might. I think this priestess has said enough. Like, there's already enough implicit trust here, just with the ministry stuff that Issa is not really going to. Issa is not concerned about what she'll do with this information. What she says is. Well, it is not her that came back. It is I.
Well then, you have quite big boots to fill, don't you? And with that,
Yes.
anything else want to say? Anyone else want to say anything before we cut?
No,
to light.
That's a cool place to cut.
Sorry for getting main character energy again. I just had to because
No, don't apologize. That was sick as hell.
Thank you.
Hey.
Frankly, I'm a bit tired of holding the main character energy, so I don't mind.
Hey, Biscuits.
All of this old lore.
What? Yeah.
Roll me a D2, Biscuits.
A D2?
Yeah.
Okay.
7, call 1 or 2.
Not rolling it yet.
1.
Okay. Hey, so Biscuits, you know how you asked for some, like, Firebrand flag memorabilia that totally was not going to be in the backstocks?
Uh-huh.
So out comes the vendor holding, like, 2 of these giant banners that the Firebrand was supposedly, like, had in his exhibit. And she was, like, lugging them out, and she's like, she looks... You know that retail moment of, like, I didn't think this was a thing. I just looked for, like, 2 seconds. What the fuck? I can't believe this was here.
They found it.
Why did I have to call out the one?
What do they look like? What's up on them?
Firebrand-y. I don't know. Y'all come up with it.
Flames.
Like
Flames.
One's orange and one's red, right? Surely.
Sure. One's white, one's red.
One's white and one's red. Okay, yeah. You don't have that in orange, do you?
Orange? Orange isn't even a color we sell.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'm pretty sure orange is, like, illegal in Amaranth right now. Something about, like, a citrus allergy, I think? Like, all the color orange was just removed.
Well, I'm very disappointed about this entire ordeal.
What did the one do?
It made it so they found the flags.
But why did you ask me to call out the one?
I need someone, and you were going to respond faster.
Fine.
There's a little wink from the priestess of Lambre towards you, Issa. Well, okay, sir. I'm sorry, says the vendor. This was like in a weird spot. I don't know if like the wall was popping out, so I guess this was like the secret backstock or something. I could I mean, there's not like there's any price tags, so I don't really want to keep it back there. So if you want, I could just give it to you for like a sten, I think. These I think these are like originals too.
If one of them is red, I'll take it. I'll fashion it into something else, but I could do with a bit of fabric.
Yeah, if you want to give her a stand, go for it. She has to sell it for something, but she's just like,
yeah, fuck it. I'll like if you don't take it, I'll make it into cool fashion.
It's not what I'm looking for, but I'll give you this, and I'll throw out a couple extra chocolate coins on the table.
Actually, instead of silver, Shress, roll me compel commerce.
That's an
Wait.
Steve.
Who is rolling the compel?
The chocolate coin thrower.
Oh, Dawn.
You can help if you want.
Issa does have the compel.
Does anyone actually have? Well, I guess Fur has commerce.
No one here has commerce.
No one here has commerce.
Who the fuck takes commerce?
I guess it's academia because you're in like the gift shop museum? Question mark.
Yeah.
This is why I'm trying to help.
Yeah, sure.
If you want the help.
Is Issa helping by just like crossing her arms and I don't know, being a big bootied bitch or something? I don't know. How are you helping?
I cannot help. I don't have either of those. Imagine having imagine having skills and domains that require basic thought.
Basic thought.
I mean, what if the part of the compel is just the question of like the Issa bringing up the point of like are you allowed to sell it if you aren't even supposed to have it? Really, just that little bit of logic of just like can they sell it? Are they if they're not supposed to have it? Is it supposed to have been returned already?
The coins are thrown on the table. The question is asked. She just kind of goes, I mean, my boss would probably make me sell it for something, but I'll just take it for this. And she kind of scoops up the coins. She kind of puts the flags on the table.
Wait, we didn't roll.
They're probably super hungry, right? Like, I can't imagine that they've had a whole lot to eat through the rest of the day.
Yeah, no, you don't even have to roll for that. You say that line, and she just immediately caves.
She wanted to give those things away.
You just immediately invalidated any reason she has to resist. She was just like, "Oh, I don't want to get in trouble. Just take it."
Wait, did I just? Did we do that? No.
The wonders of role playing. Sometimes it just
the wonders of actually saying the right thing at the right time. Just
crazy. So yeah, you have a red firebrand flag and a white firebrand flag that probably has emblems and designs on it that you could probably determine yourselves for like cool bonuses if you want to.
Hey, I like bonuses. What's what would be on there? Would Eva put on there?
I kind of imagine, what would Eva put? We could just fucking ask Eva. But I feel like there has to be like the Spire equivalent of the socialist fist.
It's just a middle finger. That's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead and ask Eva what his idealistic firebrand would have on his flags, and we can get back around to that. Because I think there's probably a banner advance that this could lean into as a special ability.
What? A what?
A banner advance.
What do you mean?
There is an advance that may be in the Firebrand's kit that has to do with having a banner. Go find it.
Gotta look for it.
Why do you make us do work?
It's like 2 places it could possibly be. What the fuck?
It is. Oh, I actually fucking found it. It is in the Magister's Guide.
Would you mind reading it for the people that don't have it?
I am gonna put it in the chat even.
How about that?
Symbol of the Revolution, a medium advance. This banner, icon, or otherwise heavy, symbolic item is distinct to you in your fight against the Aelfir. It functions as a D6 tiring weapon, and every time you take a adversary out of action with it, all allies who see it happen refresh D3 stress.
Right.
There is like sort of a low advance equivalent of this as well, but this is like the thing that straight up has the word banner in it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the banner.
The banner. So yeah, I guess we'll.
I shall name it Bruce.
Bruce.
But yes, this is not something you
Bruce
get as
banner.
like the medium advance effect as currently. Awful. It's not like, oh hey, you currently have this medium advance, but you could make it like that eventually. It's the setup. It's the pre-gaming for it.
It's a precondition.
Yeah, the precondition. But yeah, and then the color is fully returned to the room, and the vendor has taken the 2 coins and just scurried into the back room very professionally. TM.
Already unwrapping one.
Scarfing them down. I was prepared to throw a honey bun into the mix, but didn't even get to that.
Yeah, no, you kind of radically intimidated her into saying, just take it and go.
I'll take it.
Yeah, the girl's like maybe 16. Like, I mean, it's not like she has
If
much.
she doesn't care.
She doesn't care, but she's scared enough to not be an asshole about it. That's the mix, right?
Yep.
I mean, we've all been there.
Have we?
I don't know. Have you worked retail?
No.
I have. I pulled
right.
night shift. I used to pull night shifts at a gas station. I know how this feels.
7 retail arc. Let's go.
I try to be a nice person. I try to be the nice customer.
Have you ever been at a gas station at 10:30?
Have you ever been at a gas station at 3 a.m?
I mean,
Yes.
I've
been to a gas station all day.
I mean,
Quip, in fact, lives in a gas station.
We closed at midnight, so no.
It's not great.
Yeah, I can imagine. I have been at like a German gas station at 3 a.m. while we were in the bus on our way to Croatia.
That sounds tiring.
It was a very long bus trip.
But yes, the lights are back, and the priestess of Lambre, Nathalina. Oh, honeys, I think I'll go lay down. Today's been quite the tiring day, and it's just been so cold. These old bones, they don't like the cold as much as they used to.
Well, remember to take care of yourself.
And with a geriatric little wave with the toy of Don Quixotic, the Mortician Executioner, still like in her hands, she just kind of shuffles out of the gift shop.
Yes.
The only one of Don Quixotic sold.
It wasn't even sold.
Okay, who is, like, obviously Issa is the most popular, but aside from Issa, who is?
It's gonna take some dice to roll. We'll get to that in a second.
I mean, well, outside of the gift shop, we have a little scene of Sia sitting there reading her letters and like looking up as the old woman comes out, and just a little. I don't. This. I mean, Sia is in fact ministry, if only by like aligned interests.
Yeah, but Dawn, do you care about this weird flower girl?
Not really. I think I'm just walking right by. I don't care.
Sure.
I'm ministry now, bitches. I got the biggest dick around.
I do not announce that. Thank you very much.
Sure, I will. I mean,
Is it true though?
sure, I will. She can show up again some other time.
Yeah, no, I don't think. If Dawn was more interested, sure, but I don't know if you're gonna actively intercept each other.
I also think that, like, this is a very Ciara place to be.
Oh, absolutely it is. Just casually visiting the fucking Elthir Museum.
Yeah.
I mean, she has her reasons, but, well, they're her reasons.
Weirdo.
Fucking
Like, she still owes you guys at least a tiny favor, and she's not gonna forget about that. So, someday.
Yeah, that's a problem with Azurites. They don't like being in other people's debt.
I had a bunch of lesbians in my head, and yet somehow Ciara was still the weirdest person, just by virtue of her religious affiliation.
Yeah, brain lesbians, that's just like everybody on Twitter, okay?
Oh my god.
What should
the
be
most
like,
that Don would do is like give a wave as he's going out the door, just like, oh, take care, see you later.
And back to reading her letters, which
you can read yourself.
You have... But, like, no one's paying attention, no one sees this. She is reading these gift shop copy letters absolutely more intently than anyone else ever would. But that's someone else's story.
And shall be told another time.
Until the threads of fate bind you all. Anyway, so anything y'all want to do as the final hurrah? Meandering around the museum? Want to poke at something? We have a bit of time.
I want to find the coolest knife in the museum and steal it. That is a joke.
I'm
gonna do some sick flips.
Should I just do an incredibly funny thing for no reason, just to end the session on?
Sure. Yes.
When we go back, everyone we kind of get back to like the exhibit hall, and like does the like between the areas we were in and the exhibit hall, is there a door?
Yeah, a bunch of doors. You even passed by like an exhibit that has a bunch of like letters on display. That's weird. I mean, you've probably walked by it like every single day, but there's letters there. Something about like a curated something or other about some merchant out there, you think? One of you may have read it like once.
But the thing is, like, when we get back to our supposedly under renovation exhibit hall, before we get in the door, this is not conscious effort. I am going to invoke the moment she opens the door, there's just a party going on in there. You get to decide which sword.
Yep. In fact, I'm gonna pass the buck to Quip. Hey, Quip, what's the party that's happening?
Oh, what?
What's the party that's happening in your damaged, exhibit hall.
The party that's happening.
Yeah, Seven just opened, like, rounded the corner, and there's a party happening now.
Hi, I'm back.
Hi, Perk.
I'm drinking copiously.
You missed. You sure missed something.
Yeah.
You missed the chance to explode at the heretic Azerite.
You also basically entered just when Seven was gonna do a bit to end the session.
That's fine. There's time for a bit. Fur, what's the party that you wandered off into that's in front of your exhibit halls?
I was just doing my taxes.
It's a tax party.
Oh my god.
It's a taxman's party, specifically.
Oh, I thought it was something that was like rhyme with tax.
Yes, it's a faxing party. Sure, why not? Everyone's faxing their taxes all together now.
I don't think electronic transmission exists in Spire yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But yes,
No,
there is an entire music. There is a
No, they don't need electronic transmission because they have pneumatic tubes.
Exactly. They're tubing their taxes. And it's an entire, like, musical number, I guess, and just insert a dance number here about taxes.
I like in my mind this is like specifically a Mel Brooks musical number.
Yeah. There's like 3 fist fights that break out. Like the Not IRS are called. There's an entire like pony chase for some reason.
I mean, I once watched a really good movie about someone trying to do her taxes.
You don't even know what ponies are, honestly. But some weird creatures show up and trundle around.
Some weird goats. I'm not even kidding. Like, the movie I am talking about, Ops Knows What I Am, used to be listed on IMDb with the description, a woman tries to do her taxes.
Chaos ensues.
Yeah, basically.
Chaos ensues. But yes, if you would like to participate in the tax party, you can.
And Issa's just kind of... the bit here is, this may be Issa's ability that did it, but even she's confused. And just like...
Vatil exits stage right. This is too much.
Pursued by a bear, but the bear is like a big gay man.
No, I already have one of those. And her name is...
Come on, my babe. Anyway,
But
yes.
say, okay, I've walked into the final scene of Blazing Saddles. Got it.
Correct. Basically, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go find the commissary and go wait for the fist fight to go break out there, I guess.
But yes, if you would like to update Fatil about what happened, someone can do it. Everyone else, if you would like to end here, it's a good enough time for it. It's just conversation time now, so it's up to you if you want to stick around or go bounce.
I'm getting a wee bit hungry on my side of things.
You got my permission. Get the fuck out of here. Thanks for coming.
Same. If there will be no more coming going on, then I will be going.
I mean,
please don't word it that way.
Who says we have to stop? Anyway, you can go if you need to.
I might vibe for a moment, considering I like have the time right now, but I'm not sure if anyone else is actually staying here.
I'll stick around.
Yeah, if you need to bail. If you want to shit, chat.
I love it how like the people who are like past midnight who are chilling.
It's time, baby. Hey. But yeah.
Go ahead.
You did not say the time where I said, like, Fur, let's do off session Spire, and it went for 3 hours.
Yeah, I was planning on sitting in, but like I had things going.
But yes, I have to walk this dog out into the bathroom real quick. If you would like to chat, feel free. I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay, so the old lady basically just initiated us into the ministry.
I mean, first we have to go like, where do they even talk about? Where do they talk about this?
Oh, I was debriefing for like out of character.
Out of character. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I basically like she was like, "Hey, come chill," and she like, "Hey, kids, want to join the ministry?" And people accepted with like various levels of enthusiasm. But
yeah.
I guess she's our magister now.
But we're unofficial ministry.
Had a magister.
Is there any official ministry even?
That's a good question. No one knows for sure.
Yeah, exactly. We're like
part of their strategy.
Ministry affiliated, I guess, but we are we are like the definition of grassroots. Do we even have roots?
She absolutely could be lying to us and we wouldn't know it, so.
No, exactly.
I listened to the Firebrand Ava's character's like sermon once or twice, I guess.
I mean, that's all Lisa did too. But she went along. Oh, also, yes, you missed. Sia was there, just buying some stuff from the gift shop, and it was obviously very weird. She was made a very weird impression on everybody else. She owes the party a little favor now, even if the party doesn't seem to care about that yet.
Oh, goody.
You get one favor off of an endgame Azurite. But none of them would actually know. I guess who else would pay with a coin like that?
Also, there was blue on the inside of your rope, but it
wasn't
the right shade.
Sia did the equivalent of walking into like a gift shop with $1,000 bill, expecting them to like be able to change it.
We can. Here specifically, we can.
No, even the gift shop had trouble with this. So if anything would tip Fatil off that this was an Azurite, the money.
Nobody else in the city who's not specifically an Elfir would probably be trying to spend a queen.
Also, nobody in the city who's not specifically an Elfir probably has like that amount of money. Or at least carries that amount of money. Like, I know they're like rich drow and such.
But like, remind me, Fatil has religion, yes?
Yes, he does. So
he'd probably be able to piece together. He'll be able to piece together from the description. This is a drow that
she is a devotee. She's a solar
but also, and also that like has Azurite money, but wears the Azurite colors wrong and doesn't wear a mask. She shows her face.
The Azurite mask thing, the wrappings covering the head, that's not a religious thing. That's more of a style thing. And also because
I genuinely truly love that like the iconic art has that and everyone just sort of decided like, yep, that's what Azurites look like.
Well, they all look like that because they want to look more anonymous when they're taking your money so you don't easily find them and beat their shit in.
But yes, Fatil will also from the
security.
From the description, he will also understand that like she's wearing she's wearing blue, but it's the wrong blue. And it's on the inside of the robe.
Yes, she's a heretic and a race traitor.
And the party she owes the party a favor. Make of that what you will.
I piss on this favor. Because I would want me to. Actually, no, I'm not that stupid. Well, I am, but I'm pretending not to be.
that's what you keep telling yourself, darling, we'll believe it.
Fake it till you make it.
But yeah, she's not like taking a major role in the story, so a thing to keep in mind.
Yeah,
eventually.
like it's just a cameo, but at least there's a body to cameo, and not just like your coat on a pig.
Yeah. He is still alive. Which is probably more than you can say for some of those people.
Which is probably more than you can say for like 80% of Spire player characters.
Yeah, Ringo's still alive.
Yeah, fair.
In fact, Ringo
Ines might. I mean, Ines, by all honesty, she could be in the museum and you wouldn't know. But I don't think I'm going to go to that level. But like Shadow Agent, she could do it.
She is actually several different exhibitions.
This is why they rotate.
On Wednesday, we were pink.
So it's like where would these three be talking? Like an hour after they're away from the exhibit. Where would they go for like quiet?
Obviously, Gray's cell.
Do we want to walk all the way down the stairs just for that?
No.
That was
That's
a bit.
okay. We can go into the backstage areas behind the exhibits. It's not fashionable to be there.
But also, no one's. Very few people are there. And I guess that's where where all of the stuff that you missed gets explained to you.
It would be helpful.
Also, related, how enthusiastically would Va join the ministry?
Get me the fuck out of here. I want to go home.
That's basically what Issa ended up saying, too.
Also, Dawn.
You did it.
It was only Umber that was all, I'm going to stab the entire museum.
Yeah, because that is what Umber does. Also, I think Umber very much got raised with like a radical streak.
I wonder what gave it away.
I am not even kidding. Like, I think Umber just does everything at like full throttle, 100%. Just.
Umber is the kind of Spire character that dies.
All my characters are the kind of Spire characters that die because that is how I play Spire. But I think Umber, like, just as a person, is very like throws themselves into whatever comes on their path, just 100%.
In a different universe, they would be the musician who has no talent but put in all the work.
In a different universe, Umber would be diagnosed with ADHD. Like, I am not even kidding. I think Umber is the most ADHD character I have ever played.
He's so ADHD. He's so ADHD that he hated when someone else had more attention than he did. But yes, what's the jam, or are we just chit chatting?
Backstage, sitting, talking, explaining. But Issa also has like the entire domain subject to.
I mean, it is a attention deficit disorder. It doesn't specify who gets the attention.
Yeah, Umber wants to be in front of everyone's eyes at all times. Fuck you, I'm the hero.
Now they're mostly just reckless.
Oh, by far.
I think Farrah was just failing the transmit.
Yeah, they're mostly just reckless and impulsive, I feel. Which is very funny for a bound.
like my first Spire character, who was, yes, absolutely reckless.
First is
I
like
mean-
screaming into the void over there. He's trying so hard and no one can hear him.
The first Spire character I ever played was actually also a bound, because both of my bound, like this one I played as like the motivation for this would be cool with a campaign. The other was a bound because I had a really cool idea of what their god would be while I was taking a shower.
Yeah, for I don't know why you're dead. You're just dead.
I'm here. I'm pretty
There
sure.
you are.
Oh,
Ah, there you are. Anyway, that bound god was their own guardian angel, bound into a blade, and
oh,
it was
that's
like I took the axe, so it could be like wings.
um, yes. Issa has the entire domain subject that she has to address somehow. And Issa has a. I think with seeing that, like, backstage, no one really around.
It's unfashionable to be back here.
Issa looks to Vitiel and there's none of the like humming like she's about to say something. None of that. She just flat asks. Can I speak to him? May I speak to him?
He's always here.
I would like to ask you nonetheless.
I'll let him have his turn at the wheel. I do not mind it so much. It's strange, but I do not think the negative effects were as pronounced as they would for a bound.
Yeah, rather you than me, buddy. Like I would also like to, like, in universe we have no idea why this didn't take much because that's funnier.
Yeah, you owe me for extracting a psychic parasite and taking it upon myself instead. Just because I'm a more compatible host to this imprint of a former loyalist of status does not mean that this transaction is complete, and I expect due recompense at some point, my dear Umber.
Or
at the very least, try not to get me killed anytime soon. Just whatever.
I have made many mistakes in my life, but I never go back on a debt.
Prepare to make many more mistakes. I suspect our future will be full of it. As for you, Issa, yes, I'll put Domain on the line.
We don't have telephones. We can't say that.
I mean, maybe there's telegrams already. Who knows?
Oh, but what is our exact tech level?
I mean, like, to be
Schizo-
really fucking pedantic, but if we have sewing machines, we also have telegrams.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure we're like at schizo oil punk.
Yeah,
Schizo oil punk is very fitting. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing Dishonored 2 right now, but like.
Oh yes, that is
Very
basically
Dishonored.
that is the aesthetic that comes to mind when I think of Spire. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty spot
fundamentally,
I think of Spire and I think, oh fuck, we're in Midgar. You can't see the sun. There's too big a pizza in the sky.
I mean that also. I also got big Spire feelings actually playing, at least playing a version of Final Fantasy VII. I will say it's not the original.
I have never played a single Final Fantasy in my life, so.
Go play Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's fine. It's a good game.
But
anyways, what was I going to? Where were we?
Also, Cloud is a huge gay goober, and he's just trying to hide it.
Putting Domain on the line.
Your Majesty, how may I help you? The
I have a
Gilded One.
question.
Ah, yes. Please, carry on.
What do you remember?
I believe I died. I do not remember precisely how. Perhaps that memory has been lost from me.
Issa does a
I do
little
remember the
twinge
last
of twinge when he says that. Like,
the last thing I specifically remember setting out to do was helping my fellows pull you and your sister's carts up a hill. I believe the weather was rough that day. The last
It
thing I remember
was.
is setting out from the base of the mountain.
And Issa says something that Constance would never have. And that she leans a bit closer and like, with none of her confidence is in it. She says, "I'm sorry."
Excuse me?
I remember what happened.
Why are you apologizing? Was I an inconvenience, or?
She shakes her head. No, I could have.
Explain. I am patient.
I could have done something. Could have stopped us. Could have slowed us down.
You were under summons from a matriarch. We could not have afforded to slow down. I assume, were we making bad time? Good time? Could we have afforded to stop? I don't remember anything past that morning when we began to set out.
She doesn't really get a full sentence out. She's in fact like really uncharacteristically like fidgeting with her hands.
Domine Ye Vakil, the strange gestalt entity before you. It looks confused. I don't understand. Regardless of what happened, it surely could not have been your fault. Could it? Her memories are clearer than yours.
It could have been my fault. And other things could have been my fault. But my memories end soon after that point as well.
Do you think we both died there? Did something happen?
I couldn't say. I haven't been able to find anything about myself in this time.
As a high-ranking member of the Stars family, surely there must be a detailed record kept somewhere in the family archives. Or don't get your hopes up, you old
It's
fool.
been a long.
Things have changed. The Stars Dominion is no longer what it was, and the Spire is most certainly not in their control. You are hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers from where you may have died. So information that you may have considered relevant to this particular argument may not even be within the same geographical area as what you remember. Is that true? Where are we? He said the Spire. That's a Dystera territory, is it not?
It was.
Was. Elfir occupation has
I think Eso will also just elaborate with just to illustrate how long it's been. Did we come up with a name for the queen when she? What was her? Did we come up with her actual name?
Nope, it's something that's buried in a book somewhere.
Oh, I want to just come. Can we establish it now?
Yeah, absolutely. I went hunting for it. I couldn't find it. So there's like no cannon spire YOLO.
Jenny. You can call her Jenny.
Jenny was a friend of mine.
Her name's Jeannie Weasley.
No.
Yay!
What the fuck? But related. I like Genevieve, but that might not be Steris enough.
It feels like the kind of name that would get forgotten.
Yeah, honestly, Genevieve Starks. Yeah.
Just and easily just say. While you died, and I'm unsure what happened to me. The Princess Genevieve. She did go on to become queen, and then went on to be the last of our queens.
But last? But this fool I'm inhabiting is still here, so clearly there must be a Stars family.
It is
not flesh and blood. She is a mechanic. A replica created by humans.
Issa will raise her hand and just say please let me.
I was giving him the short version. If you wish to explain to him, by all means, it is your fault.
I did not experience the life of a Staris after I woke up. After I I was not sleeping, but it felt like waking all the same. And it was humans, yes, who gave me this form. Taught me how to live in it, with them.
With humans?
There is no...
I will admit, I know very little about humans. I have never been a diplomat. I do not think there was much existing commerce among our people then. There is now.
Things have changed. Lived with them. Even as family. And I learned a new way. Never lived like that before. I'd never seen what family could mean outside of a name.
But
Outside of an obligation.
Umber is just rolling their eyes at these rich people problems.
what do you mean to be without family? We are the noble line.
There's a
People would rather hide this lineage. The name Genevieve, the queen. They don't know her by that name anymore. They curse her the drowned queen.
Say what? Like, I don't think Umber even knows. Like, Umber at most heard of the Drowned Queen. Like,
Yeah, and
probably didn't even know that was a Steris.
Issa is here spelling out, like, what the drowned queen's name was.
Yeah, this is fucking, like, heresy on multiple levels.
Even the fact that she knows the name that should have been forgotten, that they, like, erased from history on purpose.
Yeah, the name should have drowned with her.
Is that what does Umber say that?
I think they do, yes. Like,
out of self-preservation, they say that.
now, I mean, like, Umber doesn't know shit. I don't think they have, like, good history education.
No, they just have the basic
Yeah, but
take.
that's just like shit you know.
Yes, it is.
That is almost like instinctively said. Like, you know that is a name that should not be spoken out loud. I mean, I think especially in like Purge, a district that is literally held together with like, what's the word?
The ingenuity of the knights.
Ingenuity of this dick.
Not what I meant, but like, superstition. That's the word.
Oh, I mean, yes, she is kind of a symbol, but Issa looks to Umber and just, I knew her.
I think Umber just nods. Like, this is a lot to comprehend for anyone, but especially like Umber and Gray are like the most like working class blue collar, like down low of the party.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Like, they're a bumpkin.
Gray's just a boy from Jersey.
I mean, like, Perch is literally a shantytown nailed to the side of Spire.
But yes, like, okay, she's
literally kept aloft by prayer.
I mean, Issa has just gone, like, again, yes, describe that, like, people curse her the drowned queen now.
But why? She was most beloved of the sisters because she went bugfuck nuts and killed a whole shitload of people. Like a lot.
This is
like, from an era where people get murdered on a daily basis. She killed people on a scale hitherto unseen in Drow history until that time. Like, wow.
But that
Yeah,
Issa's,
there was a lot of murder.
Issa's going to have to, like, there was a parallel that came to mind for her during the entire talk with the priestess of how do I say it again? Of
Something with freedom.
But also just like more the whole the stars they ended up being in the Aelfair are closer than anyone cares to admit.
Maybe
But
the
also
drow are just maybe the drow are just destined to be ruled by tyrants.
Something like that. Like that was hardly the first time. And as we've seen now, hardly the last. But I'd like to think... I don't know what happened. I don't know if what she said... Issa looks to Vitil and Umberan asks just... Do you remember what we saw in that place?
Ops, do I?
Yeah.
I have a vague recollection.
I do. There's some bits.
That was her. That was Genevieve. And when I intervened in the vision, the train, she recognized me. And remind me what was it that she said? She accused Constance of betrayal. Yeah, and she recognized me. And she was not happy to see me. Accused me of a betrayal that I cannot recall. Something happened. And it's all ancient history now. But I think I had a hand in it. Or Constance. Whatever happened to myself after the point I can no longer remember. I don't think I died. Not immediately. But before she died. With that, Issa's just quiet.
Rich people problems. Am I right, Umber?
Yeah, I don't think Umber quite knows what. This is so beyond
This is beyond it. Yes, it is. This is someone talking about a 400-year-old mystery, like they'd been.
Yeah, this is like someone talking about like the French Revolution as if they were there. Like, and especially like something you vaguely know about, but unless you like actually study history, one, do not know exactly what happened, and two, have no concept of what it could possibly have been like to be there. And also, like, this is just so much bigger than like Umber used to worry about like eating and making sure their community stayed safe, and that's it. Like they cannot fathom
Worrying
having
about the
a country to rule and
or
having to worry about like your status and
having
the
to worry
importance
about
of
your
legacy.
worrying about your potential guilt in something that you will never be able to change.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, also that, but I just think just like the way nobility tends to work just as a concept is so far removed from everything they know that alone is just incomprehensible to them.
In the same way, like me trying to comprehend like world leaders and why they do things, and I'm
Yeah,
just like, how do you even sleep at night? And that thing of like, how do people in this much power sleep peacefully at night?
dear Mr.
By sleeping on
President.
other people.
How
It's
do you
not
sleep at night on silk
no, the poor
sheets, rolling
bastards.
naked in money? But yeah, it's like it's just so beyond
I
like
mean,
the
this is
scope.
Issa is really talking to Domine here because it's like the only person on the same level with this.
Yeah, exactly. Like I cannot imagine what it must have been like for Issa to like even return, and that's probably also like
She's being
is a
uncharacteristically like
is a part of like Domine and Umber's like incompatibility. Um,
yes,
they just
for
fundamentally could not understand each other.
yeah, for Issa explained like how does Domine respond to any of this?
None of this makes sense. The stars are one of the highest and most noble of the clans. How could you? We'll do a quick couple of history lessons later, and you will learn the downfall of our people and why we're still here. But for now, shelve your questions. I will answer them as best I can in time. Besides, it shouldn't be too hard for you to get into my head as I've gotten into yours. Every time you speak, I can delve into your memories. I can assume you can do much the same to mine. I haven't. Bullshit, you haven't. You know, Issa, or Constance, I should say, your little boy toy here, riding around in my skull, is quite the viper. He talks sweet, but he is boy. Shut your mouth. You will not speak to her that way. I will speak to who I wish, however I wish. If you really want to see me disrespect her, well, next time I might just carve my initials into her ass.
Issa gives him this look, but also just actually she's giving both of them a look of just
Like Umber actually laughs. Like despite like the situation, it's just so out of left field. Like it breaks the tension in such a way they had to laugh.
I mean, even Issa cracks a bit of a smile. I mean, she's just.
I mean, he could do it. He is a huge tool.
I have a huge tool if you want to talk about that. Pulls out longer screwdriver.
In a contrast to before in the session, Issa very lightly says, "Do behave."
Oh, don't worry. I would never knowingly damage your chassis. It is a beauty all on its own. To deface it with scratches from a simple piece of metal would be insulting to the frame.
But
Yes.
one other thing has to be cleared up, I think. Of Domain is Issa's. What is Constance's? What exactly?
They are brood mates, I guess.
What?
They came from the same clutch.
Does this make you sibling? Does this make him a brother? I don't know if that's what the drow would have called it back then, but
at the very least, he would be a cousin.
With what Issa learned from just living with humans, where it's like
It's something distinct. It's something where it's like you're tied together more in a community sense than in an individual sense.
So not like something on the level of like what is between companion and sibling?
Childhood friend at school.
Bestie.
Yeah, that's it. Well,
Like,
what would they actually?
I'm thinking like this is like the friend or the people you have been at school with from like preschool to high school. That's close to the tier.
One that gets taped to the chair in the NTR dojo.
What is the word for it? What would we call this?
Confusing.
What would
This is getting into untranslatable drow things, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think the essence of it would still be like not saying we are family, but
if you want a catch-all term for that, kin is a close.
Yeah, I like kin.
This is. Issa will actually, in a very not Staris manner, this is something she definitely learned more from her human life. Put a hand on Vadomin's shoulder. Just really gently, not like really gentle, like really gently trying to not make him flinch at this contact.
There is an imperceptible flinch from his left side where your hand touches. And as just a brief moment, you can see his eyes on either side of his head make separate expressions. One is of obvious concern and fear, because this is generally where the choking would start. And the other one is of vague bemusement. And then his eyes immediately straighten and he goes, "Oh, that's fucking weird." Oh.
And what? No, but she wants to actually say something here. So though we have come to find each other again by strange and circuitous ways, you and I are kin.
Yes. Above all, we are that. I still recognize your voice and the timbre of your commands. And I will be of service. She's not testing your loyalty.
She is just. I think what Issa says.
Hey, damn.
Issa says something quietly of just. She takes breath. It's almost like she's going to like admonish, and then lets breath out. I'm trying to tell you. I'm glad to be a little less alone.
But
Just accept it.
And like I said, I've learned to view life and in family differently. Value them more than I did.
But I don't.
She'll take her hand back and just take your time. I had to adjust. I had to adjust to this strange new world as well.
Your Constance has had years to adapt to this strangeness. You have been here all of maybe 2 days, trapped inside of Umber's head. So, yeah, maybe you just need to spend some time getting used to things. This fire is much more egalitarian than you remember, and Drow society has progressed similarly. Well, outside of the home nations at least. If you really want to be comfortable, I'll find you a way to ship you there.
I think Amber also chimes in with, I wouldn't exactly call Spire egalitarian.
I meant in the gender equation. Obviously, the Elfir still have their boots to our throats, but that's just the norm. And if anything for Drow, having a boot to your throat is tradition.
Cut to the flashback of the knight getting stomped on.
See?
And then she'll say one more thing and just Constance may have been my name, but now call me Issa.
Issa. Yes. It's shorter. Issa. But the name was not given by one of the holy midwives. You are going to take a while to really wind down, my guy. You are out there. Oh God, I'm talking to my fucking self.
Issa, there's a little, yes, a little bit of giggle for her too. Just she draws her hand back.
Amber, you owe me for this because I'm going to be talking to myself far more than usual, and that's going to get annoying.
I think Amber does like a little like mock salute and just goes, for giving me my brain, for giving me my head back. I'll do anything.
And I'll try not to get you killed.
Yeah, prefer that.
Just promise me you'll do the same.
I'll try my best.
Your boy here is fucking tired. I gotta say, you come from a fucking culture that I could not work with. No. Ugh. Like, you may remember him as like a submissive little fucking boy toy, or I say little. He's already complaining about how short we are in comparison, even though I can kind of envision what he looked like, and I'm telling you, we're probably only a few inches apart.
Yeah, I guess it's like, Umber again chimes in. Domine, you didn't get the best impression there.
I'm telling you, he's 6, I'm 5'11". It's not that big a difference.
Cut to the biggest, sexiest suit of armor versus the tiny armor, 6 foot versus 5'11".
Yeah, I posted that for a reason.
And Issa just, despite everything, like, she's good. She has not been this level of at ease in a very long time.
Well, I'm glad someone's enjoying themselves. I get to deal with my new companion for the rest of, I don't know, till he's gone.
I mean, in all honesty, Issa, there's a flash of like unease that crosses her face at that statement, but she doesn't elaborate on it.
Well, may as well set up a rental agreement. Domin, if you're going to be inhabiting my flesh and occasionally taking the wheel from me, you're going to make yourself useful. To Issa, and to me, and to the rest of our merry little band. Whatever you used to know, I wish to know. Whatever I know, you shall know. Seems like a fair enough agreement. Where do we begin? Well, apparently we're part of a terrorist organization now. We're going to be performing, let's say, rather unsavory acts in the name of our oppressors and against our oppressors. So you are going to have to learn how to be casually cruel, be able to rob those with less than you, and probably falsify a lot of tax documents. I can help you with that one.
I mean,
That's just nobility, am I right?
Constance in that little bit of we're slipping into Constance here of both of us come from a time where those first two were not optional.
I think Umber just sort of mutters, yeah, I can see why they're opposed of you.
What does that mean, little one?
I mean that sometimes people simply should not be in charge.
The stoutest people were in charge of our territories because we were the mightiest, the strongest. We had the most protected.
Issa like raises a hand and just calm down.
This fool insults our matriarchs. Former matriarchs. I'm sorry. Issa. Miss Issa. Regardless of what you choose to name yourself, I will follow your orders. As one of the last remaining sisters of House Taurus.
I think the last thing at least for me, the last thing here is like Issa going, we're going to work on that response of yours.
Please, we're going to be doing a lot of coaching.
And I think I'm done here.
Yeah, that's a fun quip to end on.
It felt like an important scene to do.
Yeah, it is.
Being in the future, they have these things now called guns. We're going to be seeing a lot of them, and they're kind of bullshit. I pull one out of a wall. I use my session's use of hidden stashes to pull an antique revolver out of the wall.
I mean, you can literally just gesture to the gun nuts right there.
But it's cooler to pull a gun out of the wall.
It does. It's the completely unfunctional gun, by the way. This is like a museum piece where the barrel's been like welded shut and the revolving chamber has been like jammed.
It's got an orange cap on it to make sure you don't know it's a real gun.
It's they sell replicas of this in the gift shop.
No.
It is.
The replicas function better than this thing.
The gun is there. This is a gift shop replica.
No, I pulled the real gun out. It's just that because the replicas are more dangerous. They're only licensed for Elfir children.
If Issa needed a mind refresh, I would have asked for one for this scene, but she doesn't. What could it have qualified for one, just for the record?
Oh, I'd say it's up for all three of you, honestly.
If we needed them. But we don't.
No.
No, I'll take a refresh. Give me my
On
money
what,
back.
though?
You want your money
King
back?
of server.
Can we get... Can, I don't know how that would work in silver, but...
How would it work in silver?
I mean, if you want to just reward us for having done a good scene, I'm not gonna say no.
I'm only missing one. I'm missing a single silver stress. You can just say I found like a nickel on the floor.
So
I
you
really want to know Domin's reaction to you just casually eating money all the time.
We'll get to that later. What happens is whenever Vitil just kind of stylishly punches a stone wall and a gun pops out. What also pops out is a... So, for, you know how, like, queens aren't real money?
No, they're real money. They're just like, they're like metaphysical money. They're more than real.
Well, earlier we ran into an Empress coin.
Which is...
A 100 queen, basically, coin.
And this is what Sia tried to pay with.
That's actually fake. What the fuck?
Called it an empress, not an emperor.
I said Empress.
Oh.
Yeah, Vitil takes the coin and he's like...
Wait, but what is it now?
That's real.
What did you actually get?
No, he pulls an Empress out of it.
That's not fucking real. That's
so much. That is so much. The problem is, it is so much money that no one will actually believe it's real.
There is no one I can fucking take this to break for change without being shot.
And then Issa...
Or under presumption that I probably rightfully fucking stole this.
I mean, Issa would actually... That'd be like... Funny that you say that. We ran into someone with the same problem. This exact same problem.
What kind of Elfir psychopath turned to pay with these in the gift shop? We don't have anything that runs higher than like 2 queens.
I mean, and in response to this, well, you know Sia, so I'm just going to you know what she's like. And Issa just, without knowing the name, just describes the robes and the maskless and having a lot of money and generally being oddly like really polite, really considerate, but in the like extreme rich person way.
Sounds like kind of an obnoxious beach.
As you shake the coin around in your hand, it's worth so much it's turned around to be actually just fucking worthless.
No, if I could find the right broker for this coin, we could be set for cash operations.
Cut a deal.
A long time.
You have cut a deal.
But as you're seeing your predicament and wanting to give you a refresh, it's actually 3 Sten coins wrapped up in a gold foil.
Yeah, I'll take that. See, that I can work with.
He says just, huh.
You know what?
Interesting.
I have exactly the guy that I may be able to broker this with, especially considering we need something for that tattoo on your thigh. That what? She would never let someone defile
No, it
her.
wasn't on it. The tattoo was like collarbone level.
Oh, you did not see her start to doodle when you were watching the Pirates, did you? The Knights.
I mean,
The
Issa,
mystery
obviously.
tattoo.
Wait, are you saying that Revengeance in our time got carried away? Sure, of course she did. She is the super fan.
Of course.
I'll have a mirror ordered to your room later tonight. You can check out the scroll work. It's actually quite nice.
And Issa just... What
It's
did
not
she
as
do?
intricate as it would be in Endless Form's most beautiful tattoos, but you know, the girl actually has quite an eye for scroll work. It's really quite beautiful.
For all that ministry talk, we're sitting here like complimenting an Aelfair because
Listen,
Aelfair are still, despite everything, even the new Spire book forward says, Aelfair are in fact people.
listen. They're all a bunch of psychopathic, cold-blooded oppressors who drag our people down by their ears and put their boots to their noses for their own personal gain. But I gotta say, sometimes they can do some cool shit. Like, come on, like, game recognized game, as they say in Red Row. I mean,
Are
personally,
we...
I prefer the more technological bent over the high arts, but you know, gotta recognize talent.
Is this what we just end on? Like, Issa, we did this, Issa, like, attempting to check for, like, oh, how far did this tattoo go?
Strip. No. Anyway, thanks for the little adventure today. I have no other NPC shenanigans to bring up yet, so next time I'll have little dossiers for you for showing up to New Heaven.
Ooh.
Or, well, the rest of you will, because I will be busy next Saturday. And Friday, and Sunday. Goodbye.